check your phones, please.
Arctic blonde.
What? Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, May 6, 2024. This is a workshop meeting of the Commissioners of City Rehoboth Beach. We're live in the second floor Commissioners room at City Hall. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And with that, we'll start off with roll call. Commissioner Don Preston.
Here.
Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Chernowski.
Here.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
And the Mayor Stan Mills. We have a full complement of the Mayor and Commissioners, so we have a quorum and we're formally able to conduct business today. Would like also to identify staff here that it takes to run a meeting. City Secretary Ann Womack, Interim City Manager Evan Miller. We're waiting on City Solicitor Alex Byrne. He's caught in traffic, will be here very shortly. Chief Keith Banks, Lynn Cohen, Communications Specialist, Henry Matlotes, Public Works Supervisor, Executive Secretary in the back corner, Margaret Carson, and I think that's all of our staff here today. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to thank you for being here in person, and also I'd like to thank those that are watching virtually. As you know, those that have been here before, that when you're in here in person, and we have certain topics that arise, we'll ask for any feedback and call on you. And what we do is ask for you to give your name and relationship to the city, and then come to the center microphone, and we'll entertain your input and feedback from us. The public comment during topics listed on the agenda are usually 4 on-topic discussions. We have a 3-minute limit. Also, public comment that's called the citizen comment at the very end of the agenda. That is for comments on topics that are off the agenda. Again, we have a 3-minute limit there. I'd like to remind everybody that we have what we call support documents. Those are documents that support individual agenda topics. When they are available sufficient time in front of a meeting, then they are also embedded into the agenda, and you'll be able to access them by going to cityrehoboth.com. Look for the green, lime green box in the homepage, right side center. Click on that, and they'll take you into our legislative portal. Search through the calendar, and you'll find our meeting date and be able to access the very same documents that we get to take a look at. And Alex, our city solicitor, has just entered the room. Thank you, Alex. With that, would like to start off with 2 proclamations. And we're going to ask you to come up for one of them. Do you have some people for the second one? And Patrick? Sure. Ann has a special part in this, so we've asked her to join us. We have two proclamations today. The first one is the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 5 through 11, 2024. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office, I can't read this. Would you read it? I'm having trouble with my eyes, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
No slight, no
slight. From
the
top. Whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, whereas the professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through the participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishment of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now, therefore, we, Mayor Stan Mills and Board Vice President Patrick Gossett, do hereby recognize the week of May 5 through 11, 2024 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week. We further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, Ann Womack, and to all the professional municipal clerks for the vital services that they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they serve. Proclaim the 6th day of May, 2024. Stan Mills, Mayor, Patrick Gossett, Board Vice Chair.
Congratulations. Photo op. I could not have read that any better if my eyes were focused better. All right, thank you.
Just one other thing I want to comment.
Yeah. Let go of my hand.
Ann has exemplified that position of a professional municipal clerk. This March, she celebrates 19 years of service to the city of Rehoboth. And I just want to say personally that she has been a very great resource to all of us and has always greeted me with warmth and the right answers to all the questions. And if she doesn't have the answer, she knows where to go get them. I really appreciate all you've done for the city. Thank you. Okay.
Come forward. Now, the intent all along was that Patrick would read the second one, so we'll hand it over to him.
Okay.
We've got some,
In the middle.
when everybody gets up here, I want you all in the middle. Catherine, if you would introduce everybody and let you get over here.
To my left, I have Lieutenant William Sullivan, and to my right, Dispatcher Brian, who's with us today.
Very good. Thank you for joining us. Patrick?
Proclamation, Public Service Recognition Week, May 5 to 11, 2024. Whereas the profession of public service has existed for nearly 4,000 years, facilitating the public's way of life and providing access to government services that keep our nation working. And whereas Public Service Appreciation Week occurs the first week of May to honor those who deliver public services. And whereas the public service was acknowledged in 1871 when President Ulysses Grant formed the first federal civil service and recognized by President Ronald Reagan, who introduced Public Service Recognition Week in 1985. And whereas this week is set aside to honor the men and women in the public sector and their efforts in serving their communities each day to improve quality of life and provide diverse services demanded by the public. And whereas without these public servants, continually would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. And now, therefore, we, Mayor Stan Mills and Board Vice President Patrick Gossett, do hereby proclaim the week of May 5 to 11, 2024 as Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the dedication, service, and contributions of the city employees. Proclaim this 6th day of May, 2024.
I haven't felt this small in a long time.
I get that so often.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Oh, photo on. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for stepping in there as Vice President. Appreciate it. With that, want to make note that there are 6 bits of correspondence that are embedded in the agenda. That saves us from time from having to read them. They are relative to city manager qualifications, but there's also a couple that commingle mention of the generalist committee that's coming up. Also, after too late to be embedded in the agenda is a letter from Paul Carano and John and Diane Wolf. Are John and Diane Wolf here by any chance? Nope. All righty. Very good. With that, we're going to move on to city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and members of the public. On the beach patrol, our construction team continues to address issues related to the installation of timber piles. Pile driver and large crane were brought in last week to expedite the process of getting piles to sufficient depth through whatever hard surface we are encountering on the site. On Saturday, using a large crane, 17 pilot holes were created with the intent of driving timber piles this week in those holes. 14 passed and 3 failed. Discussions will occur today to determine if we're able to excavate the areas that failed. And also, the temporary bathrooms and beach patrol trailers are in place. The sewer, water, and electric should be completed by the end of this week. As a reminder, those temporary restroom facilities are located just south of the VIA. City offices will close at 12:30 p.m. this Wednesday so that employees and their families can enjoy a spring picnic in celebration of Public Service Recognition Week, which honors those who serve as federal, state, county, local, and tribal employees. The picnic is the city's way of expressing gratitude for our employees' hard work and dedication throughout the year. 2 pedestrian safety pilot projects have been installed at King Charles Avenue in Stokely and Newcastle Streets. We invite those who live near and or utilize these temporary safety measures to take a survey via Reach Out Rehoboth to let us know how effectively the measures are working and whether a sense of pedestrian safety is enhanced by the projects. The survey is available on the Pilot Program Survey tab on the Traffic and Parking Study page at reachout.cityofrehoboth.com. The Chamber of Commerce and Rehoboth Beach Police Department, along with the Delaware State Police, are offering a shoplifting indicators and prevention seminar for local business managers at 10:30 a.m. Tuesday, May 21st here at City Hall. Those interested are requested to register by sending an email to kate@beach-fund.com or calling 302-227-2233, extension 11. The bulk pickup service was completed on the south side of town last week. The free service is being provided on the north side this week. Please check the trash and recycling page at cityofrehoboth.com for a list of acceptable and unacceptable items. And finally, probably no one needs this reminder, but I'll share it anyway. The parking season officially begins Wednesday, May 15th at 10 a.m. Beginning then through September 15th, 2024, City of Rehoboth Beach parking permit or payment at the parking meter is required. We have completed stenciling of the 30-minute parking spaces to make them more visible and reprogram meters to reflect the city's 2024 hourly parking rate and to offer Spanish as a language choice. That's all I have to report, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions of the city manager? Nope. With that, we'll move on to city solicitor's report. No, we don't. Come ahead, Walter, as long as it's related to city manager. Let Ann turn on the microphone, please.
Walter Birmingham, 123 Hennepin Avenue. In the news, but nothing coming from the city. And we recently had a promotion move, taking a person from lieutenant to captain at a figure I won't even mention. So we end up with a hole down in the lieutenant's position. is that lieutenant's position going to get filled?
Yes.
But is that not important in the fact that we don't have any money, that we moved a new position in place? Oh, it's in the budget. And now you have a hole down there and you don't have enough money. We haven't heard how much it is. I haven't gone online to find the application, but I understand they got a half a dozen or so applicants. So that new person that's going to take some more money out of the bucket, how much is it?
So I need to be clear here. The position of the police department was talked about multiple times during the development of the fiscal year 2025 budget. So again, this resulted in a reorganization of the police department where we had a lieutenant move up into captain, and then another police officer, shift commander, move up into lieutenant. That position, we've completed the interviews for that position, but that position has not yet been announced who was selected for that role.
Thank you for that report that we've never heard before, and I doubt you commissioners have heard it before. And you still didn't answer the question. How much money is that?
I'd have to go back. It's in the budget document,
Mr.
which is
City
available on the
Manager,
city
you know
website.
how much money it is, or the chief does. The people have a right to know.
Sure, Chief, please.
Yes, thank you. The process going on, actually, the announcement will come as far as the promotional process. Like I said, we just finished up the interview, so it's going to come later this week and all when I actually make the appointments and all, and then there will be a press release and probably it's done here at a city workshop as we've been doing with all our promotions here recently and new hires. As far as the money goes, it's actually by the restructuring is like $2,000 or $3,000 more to their salaries, because what we're doing is, as far as lieutenant and that, because it's a new hire that we're bringing up to start the process with the retirements that are coming up in the police department. So a new hire at the police level is about $62,000.
How much?
About $62,000, a starting salary.
6'2"?
Yeah, 6'2". So that's a starting salary. So it'd be interim, somebody going through the police academy and hired. And again, it's starting to backfill. In April, we have potential of 7 eligible for retirements.
Thank you for finally getting to the money figure. So if we move the captain to $161,000 or numbers to that effect, number came out of the city budget information, therefore it's got to be correct. So why, when that person, the same person, moves up, why do we need to fill this other position? Why can't the chief? You've been given extra responsibilities in the city because of your position, like the parking division, stuff like that. Why, when we don't have enough money, Mr. City Manager and you, the commissioners, are we filling the seat? And I know you don't want to answer it.
Mayor, I mean, I think that we're at this point, we're engaging in discussion, but I need to be very clear that the $161,000 that was referenced in the budget required or was a result of the reorganization. So that is not just one position. That was multiple positions, a new hire, and then 2 reorganizations where employees were moved up or promoted. So the 161 is not reflective of.
That line?
Correct.
That 161,000
Correct.
line item did not reflect just the lieutenant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yeah,
We
of course.
never heard that before.
It was explained at the budget meetings.
At the budget meeting.
Correct.
I'm probably the only person that was in the room, and I have seen nothing in lines in the sand about that. There is no information coming out, and you know it. So between you and the mayor, you're controlling what happens. And we're seeing more stuff come out about the Rossi report. So who, specifically who, since you're abbreviating under pending legislation or whatever you want to call it, very few of you are making these decisions. There's no street light. You're now talking about lining Henlopen Avenue on the center and on the outside. The state just went down long in the Rossi report. It talked about lining on the outside Columbia Avenue. What's coming, because we still haven't seen a white paper on, or a comeback that you, Mr. City Manager, said would happen, to let everybody know in a time when there's no transportation committee
Mayor,
meetings.
with all due respect to the guest, this is out of order.
It's not out of order.
It's
sir,
out of
'cause
order.
when
You
I-
are bringing
don't
up
even- you
issues
don't
that
just-
were not discussed by the city manager. Mayor, this is out of order.
And Commissioner, the problem is probably here is you don't know the answer to the questions either. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. With that, we're going to move on to City Solicitor's report. Alex?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the public. The mayor asked me to look into the conduct for municipal elections. And so specifically Charter Section 7A states that the polls should remain open for 1 hour if there's no contest, if there's no one running against each other, essentially. So to look into this, you first have to look at the state code. So the state code has an election section for municipal elections specifically. And section 7550B states that provisions of municipal charters or ordinances inconsistent with the provisions of subchapter 4 and 5 of this chapter shall be considered repealed. Further, section 7555J states that where the number of qualified candidates for an office is equal to or less than the number of seats up for election, the Board of Elections shall declare the candidate or candidates elected. So essentially, I would recommend that at some point, 7A is modified through a charter amendment to remove the 1 hour requirement that the polls are opened, because it is effectively preempted by state law.
Thank you, Alex. I would like to make note that the reason this came up is because at a previous meeting, a constituent multiple times made incorrect allegations, and that's where Alex is addressing it. Do you have anything else today?
No, that's all.
All right, thank you very much. Any commissioners, questions of Alex? Very good. Well, I'd like to move on. Old business. I'd like to make a statement first, though, that I have a few changes to the agenda, including sequencing of agenda topics to be changed slightly. Old business B, which is discuss proposed amendments to the city charter, will take first. So that's old business B, and then we'll go to old business C, which is Planning Commission recommendations of proposed amendments to chapters 236 and 270. And then the third item of old business will be old business A regarding the definition of substantially modify. So we're going to be doing B, C, and A. And so we start with old business B, the charter changes. I'd like to make a statement that on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, I want to acknowledge the concerns voiced by our community regarding the pace of the city charter changes that are on the agenda for today. While it seems clear that updates are appropriate in several areas of our charter, it was never our intention to rush these proposed changes or to place undue pressure on our state legislator to hastily approve these modifications. Instead, we aim to ensure that every proposed change is precisely reviewed and thoroughly considered. So in response, we believe it is prudent to defer this agenda item to allow for a more comprehensive review of our city charter to potentially identify any other proposed changes and to provide more time to engage in an open dialogue on these topics with our constituents and stakeholders. By doing this, we are committing to a more inclusive, mindful, and thorough access. We'll take the necessary time to consider all potential charter changes with more engagement from the community and plan to introduce any proposed amendments during the next legislative session for thoughtful consideration by the General Assembly. Thus, while we will not have any further discussion on proposed charter changes until a later date, again, we're not going to be talking about them today, but deferring to a later date, we will address the charter provision relative to city manager qualifications, and we will still allow for public comment afterwards, recognizing that we did receive the 6 plus 2 communications from constituents. I'd like to also continue and say that the Board of Commissioners stand by the hiring of Mr. Taylor Tedder, and we look forward to welcoming him to our community. Taylor's unanimous appointment as our new city manager is a testament to his impressive experience and suitability for the role. With over a decade of community management experience, over a decade of community management experience. There's no doubt that Taylor brings a wealth of expertise to the table. His experience and credentials align well with the city's unique challenges and opportunities. And his hiring signifies a pivotal step forward in meeting the desires of our stakeholders and citizens and addressing the needs of our community. We are confident in Taylor's ability to lead us forward, and we continue to be welcoming when Taylor comes aboard. Our hiring of Mr. Tedder by unanimous vote was a statement that our hiring of Taylor complies with the spirit of the charter in ensuring that a satisfactory candidate is appointed city manager. So at this point, I'd like to turn to City Solicitor and have him delve a little deeper into and explain Section 17 of the city charter as it relates to the qualifications of a city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you said, Section 17 relates to the position of city manager. More specifically, subsection 17B promulgates the qualifications necessary to be a city manager. So going first to just the plain text itself, 17B states in relevant part that provided, however, that nothing contained herein shall prohibit the commissioners of Rehoboth Beach from imposing other such qualifications as may be deemed necessary. So it's clear that the spirit of the charter is to ensure that an excellent candidate is appointed city manager. And it's also clear that commissioners have some flexibility in appointing that individual.
Is that it? Oh, thank you very much. Commissioners have any comments before we go to the public? Again, this is your opportunity to make any comments if you like. I will assure you that we have received the communications in front of us that are embedded in the agenda. Paul Carano's and John and Diane Wolf's, who were received too late to embed in the agenda, will be embedded after the fact. And we'll go to the members of the public. If you would, start off with stating your name and relationship to the city, and then you have a 3-minute time limit that'll be monitored by Commissioner Shanowski as Secretary of the Commission.
I'll be brief. My name is Cynthia Broderick, and I live at 102 St. Lawrence Street and have for over a year and a half. And I thought I was going to settle down to a nice retirement until I started seeing what was going on here at City Hall. Commissioners, you have my heart. Mayor, I think you're a very nice person, but I think there's been some missteps. The misstep is the management of this facility and of the whole city. It's time to take a deep breath. One that I can't understand, and the uproar, especially the uproar, is about your mortgage relief program that you are trying to install here for newcomers to our facility here at City Hall as the manager of the city. What bank is going to underwrite the $750,000 extension on his mortgage? How are you going to handle that at the IRS? And if you're going to have a mortgage reduction plan, the rest of us that live here in the city, not 15 miles away, are going to get a mortgage reduction plan that we'd like to participate in. And we'd like to have full hearings, and we'll be glad to participate in. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's not warranted.
Spell your last name. Is Broderick?
It's a hard name. It's an Irish Gaelic name. So if you see me that I'm a little spirited, and I am, it's B, and then with a Roy, R-O-Y, and then a Drick. D is in dog, and you'll see my dog on your boardwalk every morning, D-R-I-C-K.
Very good.
And thank you for allowing Maggie to roam the beach with us with her leash.
Thank you. Next.
I don't know that I'm getting this back. in
That's all right.
right. But do you have a mortgage reduction plan? No? Okay, thank you.
Your name in relationship to the city.
Yes, my name is Bill Broidrick, and I also live at 102 St. Lawrence Street. The matter is a very simple one, Your Honor. The matter is that the current charter requires, in statute, in the charter, I should say, that the city manager be a PE, a professional engineer, or have 4 years of service as a city manager. That is not true of the person that you have unanimously voted to hire. So there's a prima facie violation of the city charter by this board when you provided him that job. Now, what to do? Well, you could impose an ex post facto law and change the charter, which may well be what you do. But the fact remains that as a matter of law, it explicitly says he's got to be an engineer or have 4 years' experience, and neither one is true. I won't delve into the other things that my spouse mentioned, other than to say I am curious whether his $750,000 of life insurance is a term policy or whether it's going to be regular insurance, of which there would be an asset that would incur to him over time. And that's a question, I guess, that if we could answer at some point, it would help explain what you've done. I feel sorry for him because you've put him in an untenable position. And he's going to have a very difficult job. And I would hope that the board would consider even buying out this contract and beginning again. You acted out of fear that he was not going to take the job or was going to take another job. And now you have a situation in which you pay him significantly more than his predecessor, provide him an enormous advantage in terms to try to get him to stay here, and also provide him with 3 times his salary in life insurance. For I assume he has a spouse that is the beneficiary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Broidrick. Anybody else? Jimmy? Identify your name and identify yourself.
Jim Johnson, 84 Park Avenue, homeowner for 25 years, resident, full-time resident for the last 5. First, I want to say thank you, Mayor, this morning for announcing that you're deferring the proposed charter changes to give more opportunity for citizen comment. I think that's a smart move. I would say, well, and I submitted written comments, which I presume you'll get a chance to read when your eyes clear up.
We've read it.
I think a lot of mistakes have been made, and it's been poorly handled. But I don't think anything you hear today is going to change the May 15th start date for Mr. Tedder. And I want to say publicly, I welcome him, and I expect great things of him. I don't think it's credible to suggest that it took this amount of money and compensation benefits to stop the exodus of applicants. I just don't believe you ever advertised a package of that enormous amount and were not inundated with qualified applicants, including Mr. Tedder. I've got to believe there are 3-star generals, retired, who've run military bases of tens of thousands of people who could have come in here and taken a job like that. But that's just my speculation. It seems that when you entered the process, or at some point, unanimously, you made the decision, we want to hire this man at any cost. And you quite literally took that phrase, at any cost. Why not $500,000 salary? Why not $1.5 million interest-free loan? I mean, why did it turn out to be what it is? And for goodness sake, Why do you let the man not even live in the town that he's administering? Well, these are questions that a lot of us have. I'll just end by saying, I believe every one of you works hard and you're dedicated to the job, and I don't doubt that for a minute. I just think you made some missteps here, and you were tone deaf to what your constituency believes. And so I hope that in the next year or so, when you're considering charter changes, that these comments and others will bear some fruit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Come ahead.
Dan Good, resident, full-time resident since 2017 at 1 Grove Street. I want to support, I agree with everything or virtually everything that's just been stated. I think all of us were left breathless by the overall compensation package, especially some of the benefits beyond the high salary. But I will say that I'm hearing with some, with some reliability that at least two of you had some hesitation, thank goodness, about the $750,000 home equity transfer. But, you know, this is not a dictatorship. I respect that. So the majority of you apparently were in favor of it. So the ones who dissented were not able, you know, to just override that. I wish they had better persuasive powers to, you know, the ones who were hesitant about it. But I mostly want to say, yes, I again echo that I'm sure Mr. Tedder, I've even listened to some of his so-called Tedder Talks in which he addresses the citizens and stakeholders and people like myself in Boulder City, Nevada. And he goes on, it's available on YouTube. He addresses the various issues that affect that area of the country, including the tourists seeking to visit Hoover Dam. But in general, I will save my comments about the need for fiscal austerity toward probably the end citizen comment. But I know you heard on April 19th, a lot of us concerned about when we were facing a deficit. There was no attempt, but one example. Normally, a hiring freeze would be imposed. With the exception, I believe we do need more police officers based on, if any of you were in town, I think it was Saturday, April 13th, when teenagers gun running from Dover down to Bethany nearly careened into several pedestrians and thank goodness didn't kill anyone, and law enforcement had to handle that. But, you know, and our carpenter, Rick, I saw by Monday morning the 15th had already repaired the fence that finally stopped their rampage. But I know you're all good people. I know your intentions have been good, but I haven't seen decisions taken with any analysis of the cost benefit and insufficient concern for our budgetary constraints. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Anybody else? If not, we're going to close out this topic, and with the new sequence, as I announced, our next item of business will be discuss recommendations by the Planning Commission to the Board of Commissioners to amend certain sections of Chapter 236, which is entitled Subdivision of Land and Site Plan Review, and also Chapter 270 is zoning. This session today focusing on, but not limited to, Section 7 of the proposed resolution. Luke Mehta up here is the attorney for the Planning Commission. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I'm sorry, could you come to the microphone, please?
Go ahead and state your name, relationship to the city, and then start over. I'm sorry, Luke, if you pause just a minute.
Hi, Frances Kelleher, 33 or 4 year resident of the city. I just wanted to ask on the other things, like the assessment of taxes. Did you say we are going to be able to speak on that at the end?
Of the other charter changes,
Yeah.
my intent was only to allow comment on the city manager qualifications, because everything else is moot. It will be in a future agenda.
Okay. But at the end, are we allowed to speak about?
Citizen
then-
comment, it can be off topic.
It can
Yes,
be
ma'am.
off topic.
Yes, ma'am. You're good there. So again, we'll reset here. Luke Mehta is the Planning Commission attorney. He's here to give a presentation today. Luke, I'm going to put the onus on you, if you don't mind, to maybe re-explain how this resolution was generated, how we got to this point, including that some of the content of this, specifically the proposed or at the time recommended insertion of 236.8.2, how that's already been taken care of, and then perhaps why we're starting with Section 7. And just for everybody's knowledge, at some point we're going to cut Luke off when you get to a comfortable stopping point. I'll allow for any questions up here, allow for any questions from members of the public. But really the intent is to give Luke maybe even 2 more sessions to come and present the balance of the content before we start to get into it heavy duty. So Luke, if you'd like.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Again, Luke Mehta, I'm the Planning Commission solicitor. And could you please pull up the embedded agenda item?
I have control of the
so
screen.
I think thank you very much. In addition to me, in attendance here are 4 members of the Planning Commission: Commissioner Susan Stewart, Commissioner John Dewey, Commissioner Jim Ellis, and Commissioner Mike Strange.
Raise your hands there. John in the blue shirt.
Susan was here.
Wiggle. Mike, wiggle your hand. Jim Ellison and
Susan was here. I think she must have stepped out.
she stepped outside.
But in all events, I will be happy to go through and provide some context and explain the proposed amendments, and provide also some context for the proposed amendments to Section 23630E. But then members of the Planning Commission are here as well to provide any factual observations or context that might be relevant. With regard to Section 8.2 of Section 236, well, let me go back and provide a little bit of historical context. So in August of 2022, the Board of Commissioners of the city referred to the Rehoboth Beach Planning Commission the task of evaluating and recommending possible amendments to Chapter 236, Subdivision of Land and Site Plan Review of the City Code, including specifically Section 23630, to provide clarity of intent and efficacy in respect of site plan review. In February of 2023, the Planning Commission approved certain proposed amendments upon which the Board of Commissioners decided to defer action. During the summer of last year, the summer 2023, certain city staff and city consultants, other than the Planning Commission, undertook a significant review and made significant proposed changes to Chapter 236. And since that date, the Planning Commission has discussed additional changes that they would recommend. You're the ones who write the laws in this town, including, which all culminated in which you have here is the January 12, 2024 approved recommendations by the Planning Commission to the Board of Commissioners for proposed changes to Chapter 236 and 270, which the 270 being the zoning code, 236 being the subdivision and site plan code. Among the last minute entries to the recommendations of the Planning Commission in January of 2024 was what you see on the screen here, proposed changes 236.8.2, consolidation of lots, to address the anomaly that was created when that provision's parallel or prior version, which appeared in Chapter 270, 46.1, was stricken without being replaced the Planning Commission having been delegated the authority to approve consolidation of lots and partitions to previously established plot lines, recommended that last month that this provision 236.8.2 be included in the code, and that has been adopted by the Board of Commissioners. So that's the context for 8.2. But there was a whole suite of proposed changes that the Planning Commission was recommending to the Board of Commissioners in respect of site plan review. And so what I'm going to do is provide, as I understand it from the agenda, the intent for today, especially this is going to be, I want to be respectful of everybody's time. There are other people, other agenda items here. You tell me how much time you want to devote to this item here today. My understanding is that from the agenda is to focus primarily today on Section 7 of the proposed recommendations, which first appear on page 7, which is now showing on the screen. The recommended changes by the Planning Commission are redlined, so the Board of Commissioners and the public can see exactly what the Planning Commission is proposing that the Board of Commissioners adopt, and I'm here and other members of the Planning Commission are here to explain why. So without further ado, let's go to...
Luke, it would be helpful if maybe you would reference line numbers so that we can follow along best we can.
Okay, so I will do that. So let's start on page 7, which is 23630, site plan required purpose consideration. So let's, this is really lines on page 7, lines 277 through 308, basically to the end of that page. And this is really the heart of the initial referral from the Board of Commissioners to the Planning Commission regarding, in essence, if you want to boil it down, what projects, what plans are material enough or big enough to warrant site plan review by the Planning Commission, basically, in part informed by some projects had been approved and been issued building permits without site plan review. So that was really the genesis of the August 2022 referral. And so what the Planning Commission did, and it's been a lot of time coming up with proposed language, again, the charge from the Board of Commissioners was to provide, specifically with regard to 23630, to provide clarity of intent and efficacy in respect of site plan review. So I'm happy to proceed however you want to do it. I can read through the proposed changes if that makes sense for everybody and provide context. But 23630E, that's really the preamble that sets the stage for what plans are material enough to warrant site plan review by the Planning Commission. So the revised language would read as follows. No building permit shall be issued for any project or that requires site plan review under this chapter until such project has successfully completed the review process for project concept plans and preliminary site plans, has been granted approval of the final site plan by the Planning Commission, has addressed all conditions imposed on the final site plan by the Planning Commission, and has received final site plan signatures from appropriate city officials, period. And again, this is really born out of the initial charge by the Board of Commissioners to the Planning Commission. The next sentence is really an opt-out. There's quite a bit of discussion by the Planning Commission to give themselves an out for opting out of site plan review. So the next sentence tends to address that. That sentence provides, unless the Planning Commission expressly determines by way of a formal action confirmed in writing that a particular project covered by Section 23630A 1 through 6, and 1 through 6 are the specifically enumerated projects that follow, does not require, so unless the Planning Commission specifically says the site project covered by 1 through 6 does not require site plan review, which it can do, the site plan review is required for, and then it goes through an explication and enumeration of specific types of projects, again, that are big enough, or material enough to warrant site plan review. A1 would be 4 or more dwelling units or a substantial renovation of 4 or more existing dwelling units. Now, substantial renovation is not currently defined in your code. The Planning Commission has come up with a recommendation for a definition of substantial renovation that would appear in Section 1 of the recommendation. We don't have to go back to it, but that is a defined term. 23630A2 would be another specifically enumerated project that would require site plan review, would be 4 or more hotel or motel rooms, or a substantial renovation of 4 or more existing hotel or motel rooms. 3, the development of the entirety or any portion of a parcel of land in excess of 20,000 square feet, or a substantial renovation of a building thereon. Again, substantial renovation is now defined or proposed to be defined. 4, a commercial project either comprising over 15,000 square feet of gross floor area, or B, involving a substantial renovation, defined term, or C, involving an increase of intensity of usage, which is, again, a newly defined term as recommended by the Planning Commission in Section 1, intensity of usage. Or D, involving the development of the entirety or any portion of an unimproved parcel of land. 5, a new mixed-use project or a substantial renovation of an existing mixed-use project. Let me just pause on there. People have been listening to the Planning Commission discussions over the past, in public meeting over the past several months, if not years. I think it's fair to say that your code, your zoning code, does not comprehensively authorize the use and provide a zoning code for mixed-use projects. And so at a minimum, what this provision would be to provide that such projects would certainly get site plan review by the Planning Commission. And 6, the development of or substantial renovation of a building on an oceanfront parcel of land used for commercial purposes. That is a specific recommendation coming out of the Comprehensive Development Plan that the Board of Commissioners approved in June of 2022, I believe. And again, oceanfront parcel of land is another newly defined term as recommended by the Planning Commission in Section 1 of this proposal. So let me stop there. That is the recommendation for 23630A 1 through 6. Yes?
Let me do some clarifications if I can, Luke. For those that don't know what we mean by red line, I just wanted to articulate real quickly that anything you see in blue, and could also be red also, that's underlined is proposed addition to existing code. Anything you see that's blue or red with a strike through the middle, that's proposed deletion of the code. And so what that means for what's in front of us is all the black wording is the original and current language in the code. And all the black language there that is the current in the code is what I think precipitated this whole discussion being generated by the major demolition and reconstruction of the, is it Coast Hotel? Of the old Sandcastle Hotel there. So that's where we tasked the Planning Commission with the review on it. So again, what's in black there is what the original code was, and you can see that there's pretty substantial clarifications being added by the Planning Commission. So he's pausing at this point. Are there any commissioners that have any questions so far? Again, we're trying to do this very methodical over the next couple months. And but anything you have today, Commissioner Preston, please.
Luke, just a question. You said that or a substantial renovation of it's going to be defined.
So yes,
Or is defined?
Section 1 of this proposal, which would be actually it's the Section 1 be on page 2, Mayor. If you go to page 2. Okay. You see Section 1 has proposed, and the reason this is language, I guess it's based on what the mayor just said. This would be proposed new language, so it's not underlined. I guess it should be underlined. Since these 3 definitions are not currently in your code.
So just a plain English question. what it caught my attention on line 289 to 290.
Let me get there.
Says 4 or more new hotel or motel rooms or a substantial renovation of them, essentially.
Yes.
I assume like normal refresh of 4 hotel rooms would not qualify.
So there was considerable
want our
discussion.
hotels and
That's
motels to do
another.
that.
So to provide some context, and the members of the Planning Commission can provide some context here as well. I mean, the Planning Commission went back and forth on this issue extensively, whether to say, let's try to define exactly what needs to get Planning Commission site plan review, what should be carved out and what should not, and we went back and forth and back and forth. This section, Section 7, provides a specific opt-out. I do believe, and I can double-check this, I do believe that in another section of the proposal, which I don't think we're going to get to today, there is the equivalent of a de minimis project. Actually, strike that. That substantial renovation is written in such a way as to exclude. Let's see here. Here we go. So if you want to go back to Section 1, I was mainly going to focus on Section 7, but if you go to Section 1 and the definition of substantial renovation,
I don't mean to take us down
and
a
it's
rabbit
quite
hole.
okay. It's quite okay.
Yeah.
It's a defined term in the proposal.
I thought I had done my homework, but
No worries.
I suppose I did not.
No worries. So if you go to, and again, I apologize. This would be new language, so I guess it should be underlined. But if you go to the last
It's there. I
the
see it.
provided
Thank you.
language, that's
my
the carve
question's
out.
answered. Appreciate it.
Look, I also have a question regards like from lines like 280, I'm sorry, 282, 284. It says, unless the Planning Commission expressly determines by way of formal action confirmed in writing that a particular project covered, et cetera, what is the trigger that would have the Planning Commission begin to make that discussion or decision?
There is no automatic trigger other than it is impossible, I think, in any legislation, in my experience, to anticipate and predict exactly what type of project is going to come down the pike in the road. And I think what the Planning Commission spent almost 2 years trying to do is anticipate what projects should get site plan review, which projects should not. But there may be another project that wasn't quite contemplated. And all this sentence does is provide another opt-out.
Okay.
For the planning units to say, you know what, I know what 1 through 6 says, but this is not the type of project that warrants the expenditure of really volunteers' time. A significant amount of time is spent by volunteers who sit on the Planning Commission to review these things.
And lines 286 and 289 speak about 4 or more in that. Is that carryover from the previous language or how did the determination of 4 or more units or dwelling units or motel units?
Yeah, so this is going back to the mayor's point. If you the black language,
Right, I realize that,
is the
but
original
then
language.
how did the establishment of that determination of 4 materialize?
The four or more was original language.
Okay. So we really, that's been there and we just have accepted that for going forward.
Yeah,
Okay.
The new language here is 4 or more dwelling units or substantial renovation. The old language was 4 or more dwelling units.
Right.
I think that lends to a good question, Commissioner Gossett, in that was there any evaluation that 4 was too much or too little?
I'm looking to the planning, I don't recall that being.
I mean, it's existing language. It's been there since 72.
You trying to minimize it, but yeah, if you have something input, then either come up to that microphone. Or Susan, are you going to address it?
Yes.
Just
thank
state
you.
your name every time.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Susan Stewart here, and I wanted to discuss the 4 or more, but also Commissioner Preston's point. When we deliberated this, we sought information and input from the building inspector on what would be reasonable, and he mentioned, we talked about, we don't want to sweep up changing carpet. and that kind of thing. So it was very helpful. So we really crafted that language to try to get at things. And I think with regard to the 4 more, it was already there, and we were really trying to deal with substantial big projects with, again, the Coast Hotel as the sort of catalyst for making these changes. And clearly, you know, that would have totally gotten swept up in these kind of regulations. But I'll let Mike speak.
Thank you, Mike Strange. We took the number 4, and it wasn't capriciously taken as 4, because you could sit there and look at it and say, well, what about, maybe it should have been 3, maybe it should have been 6. The data that supports that, and the building inspector provided a wealth of information as we went over this period of time, as to what he felt, based on the history and experience that he's experienced, seemed to be a nominal number to do it. And from a scientific perspective, they call it the skedicity of data. It's all over the map. And you could make an argument for 3 or make an argument to 5. But given the classical structure, it seemed like keeping what you had made sense, and there was nothing that was presented by the building inspector or anyone else on the Planning Commission, which has a diversity of backgrounds, that could substantially say you should change it. So that's why we elected to stay with what we had.
All right.
Perfect response, thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner? Patrick?
This time, the only other question that I had was on line 293 and then again on 296. We talk about in excess of 20,000 square feet, and then on a commercial project, we speak about comprising over 15,000 square feet. So there's a variant there of 15 and 20. Is that?
Yeah, so 4 is limited, which is the 15,000 square feet, is limited to a commercial project, and 3 is not limited to a commercial project.
And 3 is partial of land.
3 is the development of the entirety or any portion of a parcel of land.
Okay.
However zoned in excess of 20,000 square feet, or a substantial renovation of the building they're on. 4 is a commercial project involving either, including A, comprising over 15,000 square feet.
I guess my question was, is there any thought of just consistency in that? We seem to have different rules for different aspects that sort of all relate to the same thing.
Well, again, this distinction between 20,000 square feet and 15,000 square feet,
Correct.
if you look at the black language, again,
Yeah,
sort of is
I realize that's
pre-existing code
existing.
language. And I think there was, and again, I don't want to, I'm not the policymaker,
Sure,
I'm just the scrivener here and try to explain things. But I think it's fair to say that if you listen to the Planning Commission deliberations over 2 years in public meetings, there was a desire to stay as true to some existing language as possible, but then to add some additional language based on the referral and the Planning Commission's experience.
Thank you.
Anybody else up here?
I had a couple
Commissioner Sharp?
clarifications, but they've already been handled. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have a couple, Mayor. Going back to the 4 or more, I completely understand 4 or more new, but when it comes to renovations, why, if it otherwise does not meet the new definition of substantial renovation, why still call out 4 rooms?
Again, I'll let the policy folks speak to it, but again, I think my response is simply that, again, there was a desire to stay as true to existing language as possible, but.
Why don't you talk about substantial renovation? Because I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, so again, in section 1 of, Mayor, if you wouldn't mind to go to page 2, let me just read to you the proposed definition of substantial renovation, which is currently not a defined term, and again, I apologize, this should have been redlined as underlined, because this is new language. So the proposed definition of substantial renovation for purposes of Chapter 236 would be as follows: a project that either A, involves more than a 25% increase in the footprint, gross floor area, height, or lot coverage of an existing building, or B, requires the demolition or reconstruction of more than 25% of the gross floor area of an existing building, as those terms are defined in Chapter 270, which is the zoning code. Provided, however, and this is the de minimis carve-out that you had asked about, provided, however, that an interior and/or exterior renovation that involves only ordinary and necessary maintenance, repair, and/or minor modifications or updating of non-structural elements of an existing building shall not be deemed a substantial renovation. So I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner, but that was the intent, is to stay true to existing language, but then to provide really a new definition of a term that was already being used in the code.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that definition and its use. I think I disagree that lines, number 2, lines 1 or 289 to 290 is necessary.
So
If
that's
that
a policy
definition
question
is a
that
fallback.
I will beg out of.
My other question is related to number 5, which is line 304. Did I understand you correctly in your presentation that mixed use is not allowed in our code?
I did not say that. I said that the zoning code, I'll speak for myself rather than trying to speak for others. I'll speak for myself. In my view, the zoning code does not comprehensively authorize mixed-use structures throughout the city. There are some minor and oblique references to mixed use, for example, with regard to height and setbacks in the zoning code, and mixed use is defined in the code, to be sure. But what I was trying to say, and I hope I wasn't misunderstood, that the zoning code does not tackle mixed use structures and how to apply the zoning code to mixed use structures in a comprehensive way.
Understood. That's why I asked for the clarification. So as number 5 is defined or laid out here, if there was a 2-story house on Rehoboth Avenue that had, and let's just say it's a new build, or it sounds like existing here, if a house with a apartment up top and a business on the first floor were to be renovated, as this is laid out, they would have to come before the Planning Commission for site plan?
If the renovation was a substantial renovation as proposed. So it's either a new mixed-use project or a substantial renovation of an existing mixed-use project.
Okay. Thank you for the clarifications.
Anybody else up here?
Mayor, if I may, Susan Stewart again. This notion of the lack of comprehensive mixed-use regulations is important because the Planning Commission is not an elected body and we don't legislate. So when we have a mixed-use project come before us and say it's commercial on the bottom and residential at top, and we know that residential has a certain height because that's defined. We know that commercial has certain setbacks and height, but we don't know what mixed use specifically. And so that puts us in a position of having to say to the applicant, we're supposed to be calling balls and strikes. Does what you want to do, is it authorized in the code? Is it specific to the code? And if the code is simply silent on it, then we're in a bit of a vacuum on how to handle that, and therefore send, okay. So I think it would be really helpful, and it would be a great item to put on priority to flesh out specifically regulations for mixed use.
I have talked with your Vice Chair, Susan Gay, and Chair Mike Bryan about going forward with something like that.
All right.
So it's just, we were trying to prioritize this.
We've got a full plate.
At least get it going, yeah.
Yeah.
For clarification, Mayor or Commissioner Gossett, you old guys, my recollection is some years ago that there was a mixed-use proposal. It might have been from Commissioner Caluzzi?
Oh, I don't know, Ed. Yes, Commissioner Calusi did bring it up during her tenure, so that would have been what, within 6 or 8 years ago. I think it also came up in previous iterations of the comprehensive development plan.
And nothing was ever adopted?
Nothing came out of either at this
Thank you.
point.
Yeah. I had some vague recollection that it had happened.
Yeah, one of it, you're correct, from the old guy here. The stumbling block, if I remember correctly, with regards to zoning versus use. We define it differently and trying to manipulate that aspect of, in defining it in a zoning code and then as its use. So there, we have two different requirements that don't mesh.
And just a quick follow-up, the comprehensive development plan does contain a number of recommendations to adopt a mixed-use zoning code, basically.
Thank you.
So just from a very elementary standpoint, what's the next step on actually, I'm hearing that it's been around for a while, we've never done anything to facilitate it, so who's got the ball on this? I'm a little confused.
Right now I do, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Writing that down, you've got the ball, thank you.
Mayor, may I comment on that with regard to
Yes,
that issue?
Mike, go ahead.
As one of the older guys as well, in the state of Delaware, we did address this in the comprehensive plan, and in the state of Delaware, many other states have overlay zones, which is not permitted in the state of Delaware. And in this one particular area, as the city has evolved, the code hasn't evolved in a similar fashion, which, as was pointed out, it's been mentioned in the past, but no action was taken. We've gone ahead and said, you need to take action because things are starting to change now at a more significant pace, and it's important to get this so we get it right. And so that's what we've attempted to do in what we have proposed for your consideration.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else up here?
Yeah, just a comment to that. Thank you for that comment. Actually, the challenge that we're facing is we find that in many areas of our code.
Luke, go ahead.
So that was A. So why don't we go to B, which would be on top of page 8, please. So here, and this is really just relates back to the lot consolidation, new section 8.2 of the, which you've now adopted, of chapter 236. So here, the proposed new language to 236:30B as in boy, other than a minor change in the first sentence, is a new second sentence. If a proposed use or development requires both site plan approval under this article and lot consolidation approval, which are two different animals, under Article 2 of this chapter, the application for site plan approval and the application for lot consolidation approval may, doesn't say must, but may, be reviewed concurrently by the Planning Commission. So I think that's pretty straightforward. Unless there are any questions, I'll move on to the next recommendation, which would be D as in dog. And this is the simple, every county and municipal code has one of these provisions, the general purposes of site plan review in this context. And here there's a new proposed new one, which would bump everything back down one, to add a new purpose, a general purpose for site plan review, guiding the growth and development of the city in accordance with the comprehensive development plan, the city zoning ordinance, chapter 270, and this chapter, which is chapter 236. Unless there are any other questions on.
I do.
Yes.
So that addition, D1, is that a provision that other municipalities are doing and including in their ordinance?
It's an excellent question. I wish I knew the answer to that question. I'm happy to take a look and see whether that language exists in other codes.
Thank you.
And then let's go to E, because E is a proposal which has generated considerable discussion, and I think it's fair to say debate. And there may be some folks in the audience here who have a different point of view, which of course is appropriate. That's what this is all about, is for people to have a respectful dialogue regarding proposed changes to the, in this case, not the zoning code, it's Chapter 236. But you're the folks who enact legislation. So I'll lay out what the proposed changes are for 23630E, and with your indulgence, I'd like to provide a little bit of context to what your current code, that is the language in black, already delegates to the Planning Commission, as well as to explain why the Planning Commission is recommending the new language is underlined in blue. So the proposed language from the Planning Commission regarding 23630E would be as follows. So here what I'm going to do is combine the new language and the deleted language to read basically what would be the proposal for new 23630E. The city manager and building inspector shall determine the content of any applications and associated materials to be submitted with any formal site plan application and sketch plans. 2, the number of copies to be provided. And 3, other associated details of the administrative site plan review process. I think that's fairly straightforward. Then the second paragraph, the Planning Commission proposes to rewrite as follows. The Planning Commission shall independently review a site plan and determine whether the plan complies with applicable city laws and regulations, including but not limited to this chapter, which is Chapter 236, Chapter 270, which is the zoning code, and other applicable federal, state, and county laws and regulations, and whether the plan is consistent with the City of Rehoboth Beach Comprehensive Development Plan. In conducting its independent review, the proposal goes on to say, the Planning Commission shall consider but is not obligated to concur with the comments of the building inspector or any other city department or agency provided to the Planning Commission pursuant to Section 23632A, which is the provision, which is a section that talks about the building inspectors forwarding a report and a preliminary recommendation to the Planning Commission. Now, I'd like to come back to that, provide a little more context in a minute, if I may, but let me just finish up the rest of 23630E's recommendations from the Planning Commission. What follows, and you'll see here, most of this is in black, so most of this is already in your code. These are the factors that the Planning Commission, you decided that the factors that the Planning Commission must evaluate in addition to the Chapter 236, Chapter 270, and the CDP. These additional factors you've already determined must be evaluated, and typically these would appear, if at all, as a basis for a condition of approval, if that's what the Planning Commission decided to do. But the proposed new language, if you scroll down, is in 19 and 21. Thank you. So here the proposed new language for 19 would be, so among the factors that the Planning Commission must evaluate would be airflow, natural light, the effects of sea level rise and stormwater management, the use of solar and other renewable energy resources, and other relevant environmental factors. And then 22, there's some proposed new language to modify that factor. Comments and recommendations received from the city planner, city engineer, city departments, federal and state agencies, and the public. So that is the proposal, and if I may, because I do think it's relevant to what I just talked about in terms of the 23630E recommendation. What I would like to do, if I may, with the time that's been allotted, is to provide some analysis and context, both of what your code currently authorizes and delegates, in my view, to the Planning Commission with regard to site plan review, and why the Planning Commission is recommending enhancing that delegation of authority. In my mind, the Planning Commission's powers and duty to make independent zoning code compliance determinations in connection with site plan and subdivision reviews is quite clear under your code. the only way a delegated power by the Board of Commissioners to the Planning Commission could be diminished or retracted would be by legislation by you. Delaware law is quite clear that unilateral opinions, unilateral acts other than an actual amendment of your code is an ultra vires act. The only way to take back a power that's been delegated by you to the Planning Commission would be to take it back by way of ordinance. And so an important theme here is that any attempts to limit or constrict a duty or authority that you have already delegated to the Planning Commission would be impermissible other than by way of an ordinance. In fact, the recommendation of the Planning Commission is to augment the duty and authority of the Planning Commission with regard to site plan review. I'll just quickly summarize my thinking on this, and I'm happy to spend as much time as you want either today or another session. I know there's a lot of things on your agenda, but I think it's helpful because it really informs part of the Planning Commission's recommendations regarding 23630E. Planning commissions are a creation of state and local law. And here the Rehoboth Beach Planning Commission has expressly delegated to the Rehoboth Beach Planning Commission the power and duty to make independent determinations of zoning code compliance with regard to site plan and subdivision plans, pending before the Planning Commission. Now, when reviewing for approval or non-approval pending site plan and subdivision applications, the Planning Commission acts in what's called a quasi-judicial capacity. It takes complex facts and it tries to apply whatever the law is, whatever your code is, your zoning code, to a complex set of facts. And the Delaware judicial opinions are very, very clear. I think nobody would disagree that when the Planning Commission considers a contended or contentious site plan review or subdivision review applying the code to facts or facts to code, the Planning Commission acts in a quasi-judicial capacity. And in doing so, the Planning Commission, under Delaware law, retains the discretion to make its own determination and is not bound by even final determinations of the building inspector, with all due respect. Now, code language from other municipalities and counties, which are often cited, are not relevant to Rehoboth Beach. The only language that's relevant to Rehoboth Beach is your language. What have you or your predecessors as the Board of Commissioners delegated to the Planning Commission? So when people talk about Dover or Sussex County or Kent County, it's like, well, that's all good and fine, but it doesn't matter. The only question that matters is what powers have you already delegated to the Planning Commission? Now, consistent with the Rehoboth Beach Code and applicable case law, which I can talk about, in fact, the Rehoboth Beach Planning Commission has, in fact, openly disagreed with determinations by the building inspector from time to time. Now, from a policy point of view, I would submit, and again, these folks are the policy people, not me, but from a policy point of view, the Planning Commission's independence from the building inspector serves as an important check and balance on important judgments of otherwise a single individual. Matt is a great guy. This is not any disparagement on Matt or any predecessor at Matt. I don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm saying. But sometimes the issues that come before the Planning Commission are highly complex, and it's an important check and balance for another body to independently review for zoning code compliance and other compliance determinations, important judgments of a single individual who's typically not a lawyer and often involving legal and complex quasi-judicial zoning code interpretation and application findings and conclusions regarding not just any de minimis project, but a project that's significant enough to warrant site plan review. And in our case, projects that may significantly impact the character of the city. So I can go into and some of these elements in some detail now or later. This is your meeting. There are a lot of things on your agenda, but I can drill down a little bit on each of those points that I made. I can probably do it in about 10 minutes, but it's your meeting.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah.
On lines 340 and 340 to 342 essentially. Well, it's really 338 to 342. It cites regulations, laws and regulations, city laws and regulations, and other applicable federal, state, and county laws and regulations. Is that something that the Planning Commission does today, or is that a significantly expanded power?
So the reference to other applicable federal, state, county is an existing provision in your code. That language already exists.
Okay.
So to answer your question, the Planning Commission does consider arguments with regard to other applicable federal, state, and
So it is
county.
not new
That's
language.
That's not new.
Even though it's
couched. The language around it is new, but the reference to applicable federal, state, county, and other local laws is not new language. That's existing. Yeah. So, and the context in which those other. So I will say that language is not common language. I've not seen that language in most other municipal and county codes, and it's not defined in your code. However, as a practical matter, the way that has been applied is not so much in terms of rejecting a proposed site plan, but applying appropriate conditions of approval and conditions of approval for site plans and subdivision plans. I mean, that happens all the time. If you go to any big subdivision plan or site, whether it's municipal or county, typically in the county, you'll see that conditions of approval are tacked on all the time. And one of the examples might be with regard to FEMA compliance, for example. We have several floodplain zones in this town, and there may be applicable FEMA requirements with regard to your Flood Protection Act and your zoning laws and building approvals that might be, I think, would be construed as applicable federal, maybe state, laws or regulations that might work their way into a condition of approval, for example.
So I don't want to get into it here today, but I'd like to understand more specifically the process that you go through to do that and the cost to the city for that work, but not today.
Okay.
Would others fall into that category of like the Sussex Conservation District?
That would be another
aspect,
one.
and also DENREC and relationship to the ownership of Silver Lake.
That would be another one. Fire marshal approval, right, plus review if necessary. There's a whole suite of factors that, look, at the end of the day, the question is, the Planning Commission will make a decision in public, in open, and if someone doesn't like it, they can appeal to you, and if someone doesn't like that, they can appeal to a court. But the question is, some of these projects, material projects, are important projects, and the applicable lenses through which to look at these proposed projects include federal, state, local zoning and laws. The zoning laws are, they're not compliant with the zoning laws. That's a basis to reject, for the Planning Commission to recommend rejection of a proposed subdivision or site plan. We can get into that. But some of these other applicable federal and state laws may or may not be a basis for rejection. They're typically a basis for a condition of approval. That is, after the Planning Commission conditionally approves a plan, the building inspector cannot issue a building permit until these other sign-offs have been obtained.
So is it?
Sorry. So yeah, that does specifically go to the point that the question in my head of how does this all work? Does the Planning Commission make the determination that federal law has been met? Or does the building inspector do that? And what's the process for making that decision? what's the cost of the city if the planning commission does that? Is that done by outside counsel? Is that done by a qualified person in the planning commission? But again, these are questions that we can answer a little bit later.
Yeah, I would just say in general, it depends on how the conditions of approval are worded. And typically what you see is that it's simply an additional permit or a variance or a sign-off obtained by another body. It could be a federal body, a state body, or a county body.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So usually it's simply check the box once that condition has been met.
Just out of curiosity, I'm a bottom line kind of person. So who is the final word? Is it building and licensing, or is it the planning commission?
The building inspector issues a building permit or a construction permit. The planning commission, if the project is big enough to warrant site plan review, the planning commission makes a determination as a quasi-judicial body, and that becomes final unless it's appealed. If it's appealed, it would be appealed to you. And if somebody doesn't like your review of the planning commission's decision, it'll go to a court.
So that sounded very straightforward. So there's no quandary about any of what you just stated.
Well, I don't think there's any quandary about that. And I'm sure there are other folks here who may weigh in. Ultimately, the issue is whether the planning commission, one of the issues that I've heard articulated most vociferously is whether the planning commission and the building inspector have concurrent jurisdiction to make zoning code determinations or not. I think your code is very, very clear that at a minimum, the planning commission has the concurrent authority to make zoning code compliance determinations. It's in your existing language. To be sure, the building inspector in your town also has responsibility for making preliminary recommendations regarding zoning code compliance. And I don't want to speak for others, but we have heard others say that a zoning code determination for a subdivision proposal or a site plan review, a zoning code determination or a zoning code analysis by the building inspector is binding on these folks. And if it's binding on these folks, then the public doesn't really get an opportunity to weigh in either, because appeals from the planning commission to the board of commissioners is on the record. So the nub of the issue is, I think, on that issue, Commissioner, is whether the planning commission has concurrent authority in your code to make zoning code determinations for site plan and not anything, for site plan and subdivision plans that come before it. Or others have argued, which I strongly disagree with, others have argued that no, the only person who can make a zoning code determination for a site plan or subdivision is the building inspector, and these folks are potted plants. And I suggest that that is not what your code provides. Now, you can change your code. You can restrict it or you can augment it. But the course of conduct in this town for at least 10, 15, you can weigh in, years, has been for the planning commission on occasion, with respect, to disagree with the zoning code determination made by the building inspector. That seems to be the nub of some of the contention.
Well, let me insert in here that, we're hearing, this is very important. This probably be the key conversation in all this thing, of the extent of authority of building and licensing and or the planning commission. Now, we are just hearing one point of view, and that's the planning commission. And again, today, we're not going to conclude this. This is more of an introductory discussion. But we will, in the future, also hear from the analysis of the administration through Evan and Building and Licensing on their perspective, because they're going to be impacted by this also, and they have their own point of view. So it'll be a lively debate at some point. But
as it should be, because I think this is an important issue for the Board of Commissioners in Rehoboth to articulate and get right in a way that makes sense for you. Don't worry about Dover or Sussex County. Focus on what you all want to do.
So is it fair to sum up the changes that you're proposing in E, particularly lines 338 to 346, is that the Planning Commission can supersede the building and licensing department on if something is code compliant or not?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I would say that, that in my view, you have already delegated to the Planning Commission the duty and the power or the authority to have concurrent jurisdiction to make zoning code determinations, whether it agrees with the building inspector or not, for site plans and subdivisions. And the proposed language simply would basically augment that.
What? Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so I think my question is, and it doesn't need to be answered today, but when there were two different opinions on where does that leave us legally, when the Planning Commission has an opinion and our staff has an opinion, where does that leave us? Are we just...
So, again, I'm happy to provide some additional analysis. I want to be respectful of your time. I don't want to monopolize the time, but you know, that's an important issue that I can go into more detail about today or at another time. But what I will say is this. Your code, in my view, already delegates that power, and having done so, I think the Delaware case law is very clear that power having been delegated cannot be constricted or redacted except by another ordinance from you folks.
If you believe it is already concurrent and it's already there in the code, why do you feel it necessary to add language that in my mind diminishes the value of building and licensing and the building inspector?
Yeah, so we're not, in my view, this does not diminish any power that or authority or duty that already exists. It simply augments and addresses some of the arguments that I think, quite frankly, have no merit, but addresses some of the arguments that have been made that would be tried to constrict the Planning Commission's authority.
My only comment on the surface on this topic is we don't have any qualifications or requirements for members of the Planning Commission. We do, however, have education, licensing, and other requirements for our staff and the building inspectors. That, to me, makes me kind of go, we're leaving, I guess there's authority for members of the Planning Commission that may not have the education or the licenses that our staff do have to make those determinations.
Mayor, just follow up to that. I agree with you, and what I'm struggling with, Luke, is are we tipping the scale here? I wasn't around when the decision was made to give concurrent authority. That's what I'm hear you saying, to the Planning Commission that's equal to the power of the city staff. I'm not sure that that's something I would have agreed to, but it's done. But is this language somehow tipping the scale in favor of the Planning Commission? And I don't know the answer. We don't have to have that answer today, but your more significant analysis would be helpful.
I'm happy to provide that other additional analysis whenever you want me to.
And to hear from the
what
city
I'd
staff.
what I'd like to do is, you said you could do it in about 10 minutes or so, you think? So I would like to allow that with the understanding that perhaps afterwards we curb as many questions as we can and allow for one of the next meetings for the administration to present their side. Because again, there's two sides to this.
Sure. I appreciate that, Mayor. And just before you do that, this is not relevant to what we're talking about, but I'd like you to consider it. And it's in the spirit of what you just said, Commissioner Chernowski. In lines 326 to lines 329, it says, protection of architectural massing, composition, scale, and character of the neighborhood, and similar language in line 328 and 329. My question is, what guides you in that analysis? What professional requirements do you have that guide you? Don't answer today because it's not relevant to today's discussion and it's not changed language. But for me, it's a part of the bigger discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So let's let you go to the next step, and with the understanding that you're going to be coming back again.
So I'll try to keep it very quick. And again, I think it's important
And
that
that'll
you
be
hear
something that
from all
maybe-
sides, from the city staff as well.
So maybe will be the ending for today's conversation.
Right now, or do you want me
No,
to?
no, no. When you're done with
I'll
the
do
next.
a quick 5 to 10 minute summary, and I'll drill down later.
You're
So
fine.
point one, the Rehoboth Beach Planning Commission is a creation of state and city law, and here the city Board of Commissioners has expressly delegated to the Planning Commission the power and duty to make independent determinations regarding zoning code compliance in connection with their required review of site plans and subdivision plans. A state statute, Title 22, Section 708, includes in relevant part, any city or town having a planning commission established under this chapter may, by ordinance, bylaw, or vote, provide for the reference of any other matter or class of matters to the Planning Commission before final action thereon. Such Planning Commission shall have the full power to make such investigations, maps, and reports and recommendations in connection therewith relating to any of the subjects referred to under this section as it deems desirable. And again, as I said, the Board of Commissioners having delegated powers to the Planning Commission includes expressly the power, the duty, I would say the duty, to make interpreting the zoning code in the context of site plan review and subdivision review. Now, 23630E, this is the existing. Remember I talked earlier about the proposed new line. Here's what your existing language says. It's tough to read with the redlining, but let me just read to you what your existing language says. This is existing 23630E. The Planning Commission shall determine the content of any applications and associated materials to be provided and the number of copies to be provided, as well as other associated details of the administrative process. But then it goes on to say, this is in the context of what's been delegated to the Planning Commission. The site plan shall be reviewed in view of the City of Rehoboth Beach Comprehensive Development Plan, Chapter 270, that's the zoning code. This chapter, that's Chapter 236, and other applicable federal, state, county, and city laws. That's the reference that you had asked about. And then it goes on to say, additionally, and these are the 21 factors that the Planning Commission should consider possibly as conditions of approval. Additionally, the Planning Commission shall consider the following factors and may require changes to site plans or attach conditions or restrictions when such changes, conditions, or restrictions are consistent with the general purposes of the plan as described in D. And remember that was at Section D to 236. If you look at, so that's the existing language. Then you look at your subdivision code. Your subdivision also makes it very, very clear that the Planning Commission makes zoning code determinations with regard to subdivisions. For example, City Code Section 23610D states, the Planning Commission shall review the application, that's a subdivision application, for approval of a minor subdivision and all the required material, making certain that all requirements set forth by this chapter, that's Chapter 236, and Chapter 270, zoning, have been satisfied. City Code Section 23612E states the Planning Commission shall review the application for approval of major subdivisions and all the required material, making certain again that all the required requirements and conditions set forth in the letter of conclusions, recommendations following review, and discussions as may be elected by this chapter and Chapter 270, which is the zoning code, have been satisfied. Now, to be sure, the city code contemplates that the building inspector will make preliminary recommendations, and that the Planning Commission, of course, should consider. We're not cutting the building inspector out. Of course, the Planning Commission wants the benefit of the expertise and the input from the building inspector. But if you look at the actual language of 23632, this is what it says. This goes to the building inspector's report. Site plans shall be submitted to the building licensing department. The department shall review the site plan for compliance with zoning requirements and then initiate review of the site plan by all affected city departments and agencies. By the way, that doesn't say it's exclusive to the building inspector. It just says That's among the things that a building inspector shall do. That's what he'll do. And it goes on to say, if all departments and agencies determine that the site plan complies with their respective regulations and requirements, the site plan shall be forwarded from the building inspector to the planning commission with a report indicating the department's preliminary approval of the site plan. Not surprisingly, Vice Chancellor Glasscock, in the infamous beach walk case, stated as follows, interpreting your code. Under the municipal code of the city of Rehoboth Beach, the city's building inspector must perform an initial review of a site plan. And if the building inspector determines that the site plan complies with the code, the site plan is then forwarded to the planning commission. And then the court goes on to this, the Supreme Court of Delaware. The planning commission is then tasked with making its own review of the site plan, and the site plan is placed on the planning commission's agenda for a public hearing. In that context, there's another case, Weiner and Associates versus Carroll, which amplifies the point that I was making earlier. The court stated as follows: the Planning Commission is a separate and independent statutory body, having the responsibilities, powers, and functions vested in it by 22 Chapter 7, which is the section I refer to. And the court went on to say, such delegated powers and functions may not be reclaimed summarily by the council at will. The only way to do that is through another ordinance, not through an interpretation or an opinion of a solicitor. Second point, when reviewing site plans and subdivision plans, the Planning Commission acts in a quasi-judicial capacity. I think that's really uncontroverted. But in the context of interpreting what that means in Delaware, there's a significant language from cases that get cited by property owners all the time throughout Delaware, and one of them is the Tony Ashburn case. But this is what the court said, this is the Delaware Supreme Court, in that case. Because subdivision control involves the specific application of applicable general standards to the particular facts of proposed subdivision, the commission has quasi-judicial power. The commission does not exist merely to rubber stamp every application that comes before it. Most certainly the Planning Commission, has a measure of discretion. And that point has been amplified in another case called JNK versus Kent County. In that JNK case, which had evaluating a language with less delegation of authority to the Planning Commission, this is what the JNK court said. The court went on to state that on remand, because it remanded back to the Board of Commissioners, among the possible outcomes are if the Planning Commission finds that some regulation is not complied with, then the plan is denied. Another case that is relevant in this analysis is the Packham case. This is, again, interpreting your code, and by then Vice Chancellor Chandler, who became Chancellor. And here the Vice Chancellor, with all due respect to the building inspector, said, look, you know what? The building inspector didn't write your code. The only people who wrote the code were you guys. You write the code. And in that context, Vice Chancellor Chandler said, with all due respect, I don't need to give any deference to the building inspector's interpretation of the zoning code. The only thing I'm a judge, Vice Chancellor Chandler is saying, I can construe the code. You guys define what the code says. And this is what the Vice Chancellor said in that case. The body which adopted the city code, however, has not determined that the Packham building is yada, yada, yada. The building inspector was hired by the city of Rehoboth to ensure the construction in the city is in compliance with the city code. The inspector did not, however, promulgate the code. The building inspector then, in reading the city code, this is your code he's talking about, and applying it to a given situation, is certainly in no better position to determine the intent of the promulgators than this court. And by extension, I would say the Planning Commission, acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, is in a similar capacity. I'm not going to go into too much detail. Others have cited other cases that interpret the Dover Code and the Kent County Code, which I submit are simply inapposite. In the Tony Ashburn case, there was no dispute as to whether the project was code compliant. The issue there was whether the Planning Commission exceeded its authority in other respects. And in the Eastlake Parks Partners case, also often cited by property owners, there the court zeroed in on the fact that in the Dover Code did restrict the powers of the Planning Commission in a way that I would submit is not the case here. And consistent with, and I'll wrap it up, and consistent with all of that, as a practical matter, these folks can talk to it, the Planning Commission has, in fact, in this city, respectfully, on occasion, where appropriate, disagreed with zoning code interpretations of the building inspector.
Thank you, Luke. Understanding that this conversation will continue, that we'll talk more about the balance of the other recommendations not yet discussed, and understanding that in a future meeting, the administration / building and licensing will come back and have their comments on this. I'd like to bring it back to this table and see
Mayor?
if you have any questions.
May I add 2 minutes?
And I'll come to you in a
Okay,
second.
thank you.
And then after Susan, I'll come to this table, see if you have any simple questions, hopefully. And then also understanding that all this is coming back in the future, we'll go to the members of the public and conclude. Susan, go ahead.
I want to sort of take this out of the legal and talk about the practical. So we've had instances in applicants coming before us where there's been private conversations with the building inspector, your prior general counsel, commitments have been made, and then it comes to site plan review, and we're doing our review, and it creates a challenge. And so I'm one of those that believe that your code is clear now. It talks about final site plan review. It talks about us considering the opinions of the building inspector. But what happens if with the conversations with the building inspector that differ between the analysis of the Planning Commission is the public doesn't get to weigh in when there are private conversations happening with building inspectors on site plan review kind of thing. This is not, this is not everything. It's only things that come before site plan. And again, I think the code is clear, but if you want the public to be able to be heard, and weigh in on these big projects, that it's important that somebody's decision be final. Again, I think your code is clear on that. The reason we've come before you to put a bow on it is because there's been some tension in recent past about this subject. So I think it's important to kind of keep in mind, if you feel that the current language tips the scale, I'm not sure, I think it does, but I think it's also clear in your code when site plan happens, who say it's final. And then I would ask you, as you leave here and think about this, is if Planning Commission doesn't have the final word on site plan review items, why do you have a Planning Commission? What's the point? I mean, we spend a lot of time doing this, and in response to, there are no formal education requirements, but you might be heartened to know that we have an engineer, we've got architects, we've got multiple lawyers. I don't know if that gives you comfort or discomfort.
Does right now.
But, so that's what I want to say, sort of the practical stuff.
All right, thank you, Susan. Bring it back to this table and Bunky?
Yeah, that was kind of the point I wanted to make before you made it, and I appreciate that. But just for the people in the audience who are following this to the best of their ability, the opportunity for public input, I mean, if you think our deliberations are dry, see the professionals here, but at the same time, there's so much involved with, we have so many not in my backyard type issues and things like that, that the public, needs to be engaged, and I think the Planning Commission is where that happens, and it provides another level of review and thought and things, the public bringing things that nobody thought about and that kind of thing. So I find this extremely valuable that we have this written in our code, and that's the way we typically operate. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else up here?
I just have a comment.
Commissioner Bennett?
This may be just overall, but during my tenure and prior, we seem to do these things in a vacuum when we're making changes to code. And I just want to make sure that if changes are made, whatever side they fall on, that we're not in conflict with other areas of the code, which ends up happening to us, it seems, more than not. So it's just more of a statement of, as we look at this, are we looking holistically at the entire code to make sure that we're not just putting a Band-Aid on something we're going to have to fix again later?
Yeah, it's a fair point. I think the focus of this has been modifications to Chapter 236, which includes both subdivision and site plan review. So I think the proposals are consistent with the overall structure of Chapter 236. But it's a fair point, and I'd be happy to take a look at that as well. Or
Thank you.
Alex can.
Commissioner Gossett?
Mayor, you made mention the fact that the, quote, administration was going to respond to this at a future meeting. I think it would be much more beneficial if we had that response at the same time, so that if we stretch this to the next meeting or the next workshop, you know, the memories get a little foggy as an old guy, but still having that discussion, and it's, if it will, back and forth the same day, I think would be much more beneficial, not only to the commissioners, but to the public and the administration and the Planning Commission. It just seems odd to me to hold discussion or hold response, kind of prosecution defense here kind of thing, to a later date. It all takes place in one meeting, I think would be much more beneficial to all parties concerned. So hopefully we'll take that advice going forward.
Anybody else? If not, we'd like to move to the public. If anybody would like to say anything, considering that we're focusing only on, the best we can, focusing on Section 7 that's in front of us, and again, understanding that there will be additional conversation later. Is there anybody who would like to say anything? David? State your name and relationship to the city, please.
Good morning, Dave Diefendorfer, city resident. Just as you're going through and looking at this, could you scroll down to line 371, please? I don't want to belabor this, but as you're thinking about things, I have no idea what that means. It says the effects of sea level rise. All right. What does that mean? Does that mean I have to, and I'm not picking on anybody, just think about things. Does that mean I have to put my house on stilts or pilings? And the use of solar and other renewable energy resources, what does that mean? If I want to put a solar panel on my roof, are you going to say I can't do that? Or are you going to say I have to do that with that? So I don't know what that means. I'm just bringing this up. I'm sure you guys have talked about it, but it's very confusing to me when I hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anybody else? Rick?
Richard Perry, 46 Pennsylvania Avenue. These comments are my personal comments. They don't represent any organization I may be affiliated with. I've spoken on this topic before, and could be my mistake, but I didn't realize that the sole section of the proposed amendments was going to be this particular topic, but it's one that I have focused on a great deal. I disagree with the Planning Commission's attorney, and I believe that there are people on the Planning Commission who know better that some of what is being proposed is not clarification. That is misleading. And when their attorney says it's augmenting, augmenting to me means expanding. And so there are provisions being proposed. One in particular is an attempt, I think, to codify in the ordinance a decision and interpretation of our code made by the Planning Commission, which was absurd. And that is a hotel is a dwelling. There's a lot of controversy about that. And I still think the Planning Commission was wrong. As a former planning commissioner, I think that was wrong. And there are so many inconsistencies still within these proposals that they can't be taken merely, lightly. And so I am glad that you are approaching this from the standpoint of a serious review and discussion. And I would very much, and I do appreciate that there has been some support indicated here for the positions that these proposed amendments are based on. I think it's being oversimplified in terms of what some of the cases actually say, and that should be debated. And so I hope to be able to come back at another meeting and present some very specific topics and areas that need further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it back to this table. I think we have a path forward. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I just have a clarification, Mayor, back to Commissioner Gossett's recent comment on how we're doing this. Could one or the other of you expand on are you thinking, Commissioner Gossett, that we should have a longer session and do all this in concert? And I'm just curious, how are we moving forward? Because I asked that question, the bottom line question to me of who makes the decision, for a very intentional reason, because I'm always trying to figure out what are we trying to solve. And if indeed this is a huge part of what we're trying to solve, I'm just trying to figure out how to think about my own retention from this meeting to another meeting to another meeting. So could either both of you or one of you talk about, Mayor, path forward? If I've got it correct, Commissioner Gossett, that's the nub of what you're talking about.
It was basically, I wasn't aware that the fact that the administration was going to present a counter or a reflection on the comments made by the Planning Commission.
Sure.
So that was news to me today. So if that is the case, which I support, but I think it would be more effective if both of those were done at the same day, so we could hear and ask questions and understand the points being made by, if you will, both sides. I don't want to be a him and they and us kind of thing, but I just think if it's the conversations take place all in the same time frame, it's better for us to understand the complexities or the disagreements or that exist, and we then can absorb that information all at one time as opposed to waiting 2 weeks or a month in that regard. If we're going to take this chapter by chapter, which I support because there's a lot of information and a lot of understanding to be had, but again, if both sides are within the same conversation, to me, it's just a much easier way to absorb and reflect and decide.
So, Mayor, can you talk about how you see this happening?
The administration's been working on a response, and unfortunately, they weren't ready today for it. But I hear you, and I agree that having their response, I think would be appropriate, that we are able to have both sides talk together. One present something and somebody respond. So that's the direction I think we'll head.
Yeah, Mayor, if I could just add one point. So I think it was important to not have the back and forth discussion today, only because I think we're very interested in hearing directly from the Planning Commission on the recommendations. I mean, the document that they provided are words on paper, and as you've heard, there's a lot of thought that goes into some of these recommendations, a lot of discussion points that happen. So I thought it was ill-advisable to come to the meeting and provide direct responses to some of these recommendations without at least first hearing from them on how they arrived at these recommendations. So certainly we have been working on some responses, and again, the responses are based on some of the discussions I think that have been happening within the Building and Licensing Department and working with the Planning Commission to understand those recommendations, but certainly we can take that approach moving forward.
Anything else? Thank you all. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Do you need me for anything else on the agenda today?
Not today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke, Mike, and Susan. With that, we'll move on to the next item of old business, which is discuss possible amendments to Chapter 215, Restaurants, including Section 215-1 entitled Terms Defined, to change the definition of substantially modify. Evan?
Thank you, Mayor. Included in the agenda is an agenda item report. This agenda item report builds on the previous agenda item report. So in the background section, I've provided some information based on the discussions that happened prior to our April 19th meeting, and then we've added some additional information that took place during the April 19th meeting, and then the proposed definition. So again, I'll just recap by saying back in January 19th, on January 19th, there was an applicant before the Board of Commissioners for a permit of compliance. In that particular case, they were seeking a reduction in the number of seats. And a majority of the commission had asked questions about why the applicant was before the board for a new permit of compliance. So a little bit of background again on December 16th, 2022, there was an ordinance that was adopted that changed pretty much the way in which permits of compliance are sought by the commission. What that did was it defined substantially modify, and in that definition of substantially modify, it includes modification to the restaurant or dinner theater seating capacity. So that's any modification, whether it's an addition of seats or a reduction in seats. So during the April 19th meeting, we talked about possibly proposing a new definition which only triggers a substantial modification if there is an increase to the restaurant or dinner theater seating capacity. So the proposed definition that we've included, again, references an increase to the restaurant or dinner theater seating capacity, and then modification to the number and sizes of bar areas, et cetera. Finally, there was part of the sentence was, the last sentence was added, and that is, I'll read the sentence in entirety. A decrease to the restaurant or dinner theater seating capacity does not constitute a substantial modification, so as long as such action conforms to all applicable zoning and licensing requirements. So the important point to make here is that the state has its own dining seat to bar seat ratio requirements. So we think it's important that if there is a reduction in seating, again, that they still comply with the licensing requirements of the state. So this definition was developed and is proposed today out of the discussion that took place on the April 19th meeting. There is one point that I want to make. Certainly we don't have an ordinance for consideration today at the workshop meeting that would be brought back before you all at the regular meeting. But I think an important point that we also need to clarify when that ordinance is introduced to you all is what happens if a modification is approved that is not a substantial modification. So in some cases, I do think it would be important for maybe to reintroduce consideration for a city manager approval process for a modification. I think it's important to document a change in the floor plan so that the restaurant has documentation of that changed floor plan and the city has documentation of that approved floor plan. So again, it doesn't have to be a full-blown permit of compliance process, but at least consideration to if a restaurant is modifying the floor plan, it does not constitute a substantial modification, that we have a documentation process in place so that we capture that modification so that we all have that recorded and we're on the same page should it get brought up in the future, either through a new permit of compliance or just questions raised during a permit of compliance inspection. So that's the only point I wanted to make. That's all I have, Mayor.
I think it's well thought out and worth pursuing. Everybody okay? Is there any members of the public would like to say anything specific to this? If not, you have anything else you want to say?
No, that's all.
That's all.
Mayor, my only comment is, once again, to anyone using this agenda item report, when you look at the financial implications here, and it clearly calls out reducing administrative and legal time, I think it's a very, as you said, well thought out, and it really draws home what are we trying to solve here and what are we trying to do. So thank you again.
All right, with that, we move to the next item of old business, which is to discuss structure of committees, including proposal to sunset 5 existing advisory committees and replace with a single generalist advisory committee. This has been on and off, I think, the agenda for 6 months, and you're going to land the plane, I hear.
I'm going to try, Mayor. Thank you. This has been on our agenda since November. And the reason I did not post the same documents is because everyone and their brother has seen them many times since November. The bottom line of all this and the genesis of it came from the real background here is that I kept listening to commissioners complain about challenges with committees of getting quorums, of having productive conversations, coupled with concerns that staff time, whether it be our staff that posts agendas, that amends agendas, that supports us from IT, anything and everything that involved the staff, concerns that much of the time may not have been spent constructively. And I believe in a particular meeting previously, I used the term that, in my opinion, when I was chairing committees, that it was a real time suck for the staff, for the attendees of the committees. And the real overriding issue was just a level of dissatisfaction. There was dissatisfaction from the members of the committees that the things they wanted the commissioners to take up for discussion, we really did not have that on our highest priorities. There were dissatisfaction from the commissioners that the committees really weren't taking up the items which we had more energy for. So this was all about dissatisfaction, complaints, and trying to come up with, was there a different way? So I put together, in my thoughts, something that might have been a different structure for us. What it did was to take our committees that are called our advisory committees and collapse them into a generalist committee. This was really predicated in September, when the commissioners agreed through consensus that we wanted to have more control and more ability to affect exactly what the committees were talking about. But we never put together how we were going to do that. So in the absence of anything being put together, I, in turn, put something together. Well, over a number of meetings, there was pretty good consensus at one point, and I think it would have been the time to actually call the question, to actually take a vote. I did not push that because I really would have preferred that all commissioners would have thought it was a good idea that if what we're doing, if we say it is not working, that we stop banging our heads up against the wall and possibly do something different. Well, we didn't do that. So I had promised in the last meeting, after I made a remark about how Reach Out Rehoboth, which has been very dear to me as a two-way engagement platform for our community, seems to not be really thriving. And I had asked for, in our next regular meeting, a deeper dive on Reach Out and how we could make that better and so forth. So to make a long story short, what I would like to do right now with the committee situation is table it for the moment. And I'll tell you why. We do have a new city manager that will be here in 6 days, 6 working days if I'm correct. We have an investment in Reach Out Rehoboth that my proposal, I believe, would have started to strengthen its use, to give staff direction, but we did not move forward on that. So I thought it was very unfair and I talked with Commissioner Bennett about this because he'd been very instrumental in trying to draw our attention to the disconnect between the commissioners and the committees previously. So I'll ask him to make a few remarks here in a minute if he chooses to do so. But I thought it might be prudent to have our new city manager, who does not have the same kind of reflection that we all have on committees. He is certainly someone who has a great deal of energy around two-way engagement. And part of my solution was embedded in two-way engagement. So I thought it, as a practical matter, to move this issue away from the commissioners and move it into onboarding of our new city manager, so he can get a sense of how we're operating on this issue or not operating, how there is a concern for staff efficiency and two-way engagement. So Commissioner Bennett, I hate to put you on the spot, but you may want to correct anything you think I've said poorly or add.
No, I thank you, Commissioner. I concur with your thoughts to table this. What came to light to me were the number of committees we had when we put it against what the priorities were set by this board, particularly with the CDP. And the top 8 of the top 10 issues did not have anything to do with our committee structure. And so whether the committees are properly named or they're doing the work that the commission has requested, to me, there was a huge disconnect. And I think that's where this large advisory committee had come out of. As you and I had talked about this, obviously there was not a full agreement up here. And so I do think a fresh set of eyes on this with the new city manager would be helpful, as well as allowing the public to weigh in more thoughtfully on it, because it certainly wasn't fleshed out as you and I had thought. But thank you.
And I would like to clarify, I'm not saying that our new city manager would have to make the decision on this. I would be very happy through onboarding that Commissioner Bennett and I get an opportunity to talk with him about the background of our committees, what we're really trying to accomplish, let him opine on it as he becomes more familiar with our culture and our structure here. And then at a point in the near future, this would in turn come back to the commissioners. So what I'm looking for today is some
Consensus.
Well, I hate to use that term, but maybe if there's a better idea, please voice it. If not, this is a potential path forward that I would personally, along with Commissioner Bennett, like to take.
If I may, I would like to include myself in these maybe early deliberations with the new city manager.
If we get there.
Yeah, okay.
Well, and I would probably do the same, but on my own, because I've been perhaps the only outlier to speak against this concept. I've not liked it from the beginning. I think it's unfortunate to sunset committees with subject level experts, if you will, that have been doing this for many times. I think we accommodate individuals that have expressed particular interest in a particular topic, and I like doing it. And I think all the problems that we've cited before can be resolved. By example, one of the problems we've had with identified with committees is that they just seem, for the longest time, they've made up their own topics. They've invested a lot of time in those topics. They've made recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, and the Board of Commissioners has denied their recommendation. And they're upset, naturally. But one of the things that we had talked about was bringing their recommendations for future potential topics to this board and let us say, hey, yes, we think that's a great idea. Or we say, no, we want to handle that ourselves as the Board of Commissioners and not at the committee level. But you would have to do that same process for a generalist committee. So I don't understand some of the problems. Again, I think they can all be resolved and we should retain it, but that's my lone opinion, I guess.
Mayor, I concur with you, but I also agree with Commissioner Sharp that we should table it and let the new city manager weigh in.
Absolutely. That'll be fine. Go ahead, before I go to the public.
I'm frustrated at this fact that have to table this aspect because I thought there was consensus and momentum moving forward, at least majority of the commissioners. And I think we would all agree, maybe not, but anyway, that the committee structure is not functioning as it should. We're not responding to the committees haven't met, and the materials that when they do meet, the materials and subject matter are, as was demonstrated, are not concurrent with the CDP, which is what we're trying to focus on. We had a meeting in January of last year about the top 10 priorities, and we've not taken any action on those. And I think that in making that movement forward, a generalist committee would certainly help us address the top 10 items that we've addressed in the CDP to take action. But whichever way is moved forward with the influence of our new city manager, to my knowledge, there is no written policy or procedure for the current committee structure of how topics will be brought forward or brought to the committees or brought forward from the committees. It just kind of happens. So whichever way we go, whether it's the existing committee structure that's carried forward or a new generalist committee, I would expect to see a written policy and procedures of how this is done so that the committee members, whoever they are, know what is expected of them and there are be able to respond to those. I also think that when we look at this committee structure, a lot of times that the issues that are brought forward are personal issues of individuals on the committee. And that, to me, is not addressed, does not coincide with the CDP, which I feel is what should be driving the committee structure. Again, whether it's multiple or individual, one generalist committee. But we have to choose how we're going to go forward on this. And as I said, I think there was a consensus up here that the CDP issues should drive what is taking place, not the individual committee structure. So that's where I'm standing on it. But I also, two things. I think that what has been discussed here today, it would be appropriate for the mayor to send a written communication to all existing committees and committee members to state what is going on so that they are informed, that they're not left in the dark, and also establish a target date that this agenda item will be brought back for discussion, whether it be September or October, but give some type of target so that everybody just doesn't get lost in the weeds.
Well, Patrick, that's fine with me. And I do want to reiterate that I've said this publicly before, that our committees, when we started this topic, our committees were directed by me to stop meeting, except that they were allowed to meet, Bunky, your committee, on anything that was ongoing business. You know, things that were in the pipeline that we'd like to see them finish. So we've kind of put the kibosh on them meeting at this point.
Do we have an existing list of those ongoing projects so that we're aware of them?
No, they're on their own for it. But again, we haven't finalized that process. I was promoting all along that the committees would present their potential agenda items to us, and I think Ed, you mentioned something, and it was rejected. So we're in a holding pattern at this point.
If I may, I would like to associate myself with the comment that Commissioner Gossett just made, if we could please establish a deadline by which we will deal with this. Frankly, from my perspective, our inability to deal with something so simple as this is embarrassing. Commissioner Sharp, when did you say we started talking about this?
November workshop.
Yeah, that is embarrassing. And shame on us for not dealing with it. So can we please get Mayor a deadline by which we will conclude our discussions on this and move forward.
I need to get that from Commissioner Sharp. You want it? He's here. Well, we'll do it right. We'll do it right now. Why can't you do it right now? He's coming May 15th. I would give him 2 months.
Mayor, be very careful at this point. I would caution you to be very careful on something I have been trying to work on since November. I no longer want to hear the same non-productive, I want to stay where we are right now from anybody on this commission. What I asked you for at this moment, in the absence of any other plan, can you hear me saying to you, I am the only one, after we decided in September that we were unhappy with how things were working, I am the only one who put forward any other option. So I caution you, Mayor, that my frustration level, as you can tell, is at a maximum today. All I wanted today was to determine if I could, through the process of onboarding, inform our new city manager on background and what this option brings, not to lobby for this option, to objectively say what this option could bring, to get some intelligence from him on how that feels to him, maybe his ideas or lack thereof at this point. I don't own this. I don't own this. I have no ownership. But when I see a vacuum where no one is stepping in, I decided to step in. And it's been nothing but a very disappointing experience. So you can look at me and say, what is my deadline? And I'm going to tell you October. And you can figure out why.
Are there any members of the public that would like to say anything? Carolyn, state your name and relationship to the city.
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I don't mean any disrespect to Commissioner Sharp, but Commissioner Sharp, you didn't have a committee. I don't know, and I was on a committee. Did it work perfectly? No. Should there be a way for us to bring topics to you all before they get discussed and spend a lot of time on the committee? Yes, but you have to let the committees, you have to put forth that as a requirement, let the committees meet and let them work on their list and bring it back to you. I find it disturbing, I guess is the word I'm going to use, that a couple weeks ago in the Cape Gazette, the city of Lewis thanked their committees, thanked their employees, and all you want to do is get rid of us. There are people in this town who want to give back. Let them give back. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Anybody else? Francis? Please state your name and relationship
Francis
to the city.
Kelleher, resident. I'm going to say something now because I haven't said anything on this topic before. I've listened to all the discussions. I think what a lot of...
I'm sorry, the acoustics in this room are
Sorry.
such that we can hear everything you're saying, Suzanne. Good. I'm just saying that the acoustics are so good in this room, we can hear everything everybody's saying, and it's disruptive. Thank you. Go ahead.
I guess what I just have to say is I sort of agree with everything that's being said, and I agree with what Commissioner Bennett's saying. I agree that there is value, though, in some committees. So here's my real thought, is that there was overlap in a number of committees. I think that overlap was really unhelpful, and I'm only really focused right now in my thinking on the environment type committees. So the shade and tree, the park, and the environmental committee. I just think there is a better way of consolidating and having maybe less committees, but with clear mandates, and that they could be assigned, if you will, your highest priority things that you would like worked on. The only reason I'll say, Commissioner Sharp, I'm a little worried about the one committee is I think there are a number of things that really should be worked on and could be worked on, need to be worked on. And I worry that, with one committee, it would be, they wouldn't get progressed along. And the thing, again, I'll just say what I think in my head is I think about the lakes stuff. So it's all about the environment, the park, the beach, instead of beach and boardwalk and parks and shade and all these different committees, maybe there could be a way to combine, important things. And I'm sorry, I don't have the list from the CDP, but whatever they are, and then determine, well, is there a natural number of groups that could address those things? The other thought I wanted to share with you today, because I've looked at every commission in all of the cities, the 57 in the state of Delaware recently, I was struck by Blades, the town of Blades. And of course, most small towns in Delaware, they don't have a large staff. So the commissioners do a lot of the different stuff. But I thought it was interesting in the town of Blades, right on their top of their website or whatever, that they actually list there, I think maybe it's 5 commissioners, and they have a designated commissioner of, and I don't think that is meant to limit them to that, but it's like they're the point person, they're the leader, they're the driver. So, I'll say my experience with the committees was not good. Going to the committees in a way, because nothing came of it. I would really like to challenge the commissioners to take a greater leadership role in however you end up in your organization of the committee or committees. And that, to me, there's no excuse for, if you will, the CDP topics that you want addressed not have been put on maybe then to some of those committees assigned to them. Or if we don't have a committee that is the right title dealing with that matter, then, then maybe there needs to be, a generalist committee that could take on, I'll just call it different things. But I think there are some topics, and I'm going to pick on the environment, that could really have a standing committee. And there's enough issues in town, that haven't been, again, where are we with the lakes? I keep waiting for that. So that's all I have to say. I think it's a bit of everything you've said. And, and I wish you good luck really in getting there, and because it's important. And I wanted to say one other thing is that I agree with Carolyn that there are good people on those committees. I was very impressed by the woman who is actually an environmental lawyer on the Environment Committee. So I just think, yes, let's keep tapping into our citizens who have excellent backgrounds and can help with the issues that need to be solved.
Thank you, Francis. Anybody else? David?
Dave Diefendorfer, city resident. Just real quick. Nice thing. About the committees is, I was on the Streets and Transportation Committee. We had several things brought up to us that were, I'm going to say small in nature, and we were able to handle them at the committee level. Residents brought them up to us rather they wouldn't come up to this body here and present problems. Commissioner Chernowski was able to, we were able to figure out good plans, went to the city manager, went to the public works guy, figured out Munson Street. We had problem up at Elite PT for the parking. No one's going to come to this body with problems like that. So that's why you want, I think, in my opinion, you need to have some committees to have them work on things that you guys don't need to deal with because you've got bigger problems. And I think keeping some type of committee structure is vitally important. And also with the parking study. So the parking study, we recommended it out of the streets and transportation. I would think that would be some of the things coming from the study we could be looking at right now, saving you guys a lot of time and the Rossi Group time and making some recommendations so you don't have to deal with it. So I just think having some type of committee structure is viable and it's good for the city and the residents want to help the city. And the last thing I'll say with that is I would, as you go forward, I would figure out some type of vetting process for the people on the committees so they have either a passion in a certain subject or they have an education that they can give viable and reasonable recommendations to things that come up. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Walter?
Good morning, Walter Brittingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. More than once, or by more than one commissioner, I have heard we're never told anything. So you have to decide if you have good communications among your commissioners. And I remember very well, one of the commissioners said, our communication is limited to the only contact I have at City Hall is a mailbox. And I allude to you that you are a committee of commissioners. And I suggest you remember Deauville, city manager. And I end with, get a mirror. You are the problem. You are committee of one and you don't delegate. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the next item of old business, which is the last item of old business, discussion by Building and Licensing Department
Thank you, Mayor. Just
on the conversion of non-habitable basements into finished space.
Yep, thank you. Just one comment I wanted to make, so you'll see that there is an agenda item report included in the agenda. The content of that agenda item report was provided by Corey, so I want to give Corey credit for that agenda item report. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Corey. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for having me again, Commissioners. And good morning. I'm Corey Shinko, Assistant Building Inspector from Building and Licensing. I come here today, I would like to try to make this brief. I've been up here before discussing this matter on non-habitable basements, and I'll try to just bring everyone up to speed in a very short kind of review of the issue and why I'm up here. Currently, we have in Rehoboth the ability to build non-habitable basements right now that are not included in floor area ratio for the construction of a house. They comprise about 2/3, give or take, percentage of every new home build over the past 5 years that I could find, so there's quite a few of them. Currently, they're able to be fully finished, and they exist in a sense where there are, the building code would define them as crawl spaces, our zoning code defines them as basements. We are currently forcing all of these spaces to have emergency escape and rescue openings coming in the form of window wells, build code doors, or basement walkout steps, and smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. However, there are several that have been built in the past that do not have these. And our goal is to try to stop this problem of occurring. We've also noticed unlawful conversions of these spaces due to the amount of finished materials being allowed to be built down there. And I listed 4 main challenges that arise from these 6-foot 6-inch basements. I'll just quickly read off of them. These come from the embedment of the agenda item report. The first one is that we've never amended the building code to allow non-habitable basements to be built at a ceiling height of 6 feet 6 inches. Building code states they need to be 6 feet 8 inches. If we bump them up just 2 inches, then they're included in floor area ratio, so that causes some problems there. They exist in a vague sense in that there's a conflict right now between if they're defined as a crawl space or if they're defined as a basement. If they're a crawl space or an exaggerated crawl space, they're not required by code to have emergency secondary exits nor smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. The 6 foot 6 inch basement was only ever meant to be used as storage. It came about in an ordinance from 2006 with the intention of having some storage space for residents in Rehoboth Beach without that being counted towards their home area. And the fourth one stems from them being completely excluded from the floor area ratio. This incentivizes property owners to build more of them. So I have been here in the past before. We've made several recommendations, but I couldn't make my recommendations move forward at this point anymore without kind of posing a simple question for the commissioners. And I don't want to spend too much time in detail today without hopefully an answer to this question that could point us in the direction of where we would like to go with this issue, and then I can address those, or the building and license can address those with recommendations for that trajectory. And that is, do we want to keep non-habitable basements or not? In March, I laid out recommendations to keep them and raise the ceiling height to 6'9", but severely limit the impose limitations to reduce the risk of unlawful conversions. And that kind of stems from this concept of, if anyone's heard of a Chesterton's fence. And it's a concept where someone's walking in a field and they come across a fence and it's in their way. They want to bulldoze it down, but they realize that it was put up for a reason. And I think that the intent of the 2006 ordinance was to help kind of give people some storage space down there. But with sympathy on the other side is that it's caused a lot of issues too, and there are certain life safety issues that we really want to button up and basically stomp out from allowing through loopholes in our zoning code. So I hope that there can be a little bit of discussion today on if we would like to keep non-habitable basements. City staff can work on recommendations towards that path. And we can discuss those details on that path at a future meeting. Or if we would like to not keep these spaces anymore, to completely reduce or to remove the risk down to zero of unlawful conversions, there was a path set forward in previous workshops where we would only keep a crawl space at 4 feet or less and a habitable basement at 7 feet or more, and nothing in between 4 feet and 7 feet. And if that's the case, we can work on recommendations on going that route.
Corey, I think I'd like to maintain non-habitable basements, but work toward minimizing or eliminating illegal conversions of those into what people think are habitable space. So that's my opinion.
But we don't do that now.
Don't do what?
We don't enforce the conversion.
That's right. So we would have to devise a program to try to do that.
Yeah, if I may, this is a two-part process. What I'm speaking of today is for preventative measures. We're looking forward to bringing up at a future meeting about enforcement, and that goes to ones that have already been constructed. But what I'm speaking on behalf of today is simply for preventative means in moving forward for new home construction. We absolutely agree that there is a problem in Rehoboth with these non-habitable basements being used for living and sleeping space. And 500 square feet smaller above ground, but you would gain a net total of
So
that
you're
500 square
not
feet from the
saying
below.
you can't build the basement and take the 1,000 square foot credit. You are not saying that.
No, you can build you could build a 1,000 square foot, 8-foot basement if you'd like, It's just that above ground would go from 60% to 50% now.
But I think our next discussion would be is the density question that you're bringing up. But I think what this does for us is it eliminates the enforcement issue that we seem to have struggled with the non-habitable basements that have become habitable. Correct?
Correct. And if there is still a sense of storage space, that could be addressed at a later date with the provisions that we could recommend with the habitable basements. That could kind of seek a middle path where we.
Why wouldn't we do that all at once? Why would we do it later?
I was hoping that we could get one problem solved first, which would be the removal of the 6'6" basement.
Sure.
And if there's a path on that, then we could default back to the 1,000 square foot credit. And then in the meantime, while that's being discussed on those issues, we at least would know in that interim time that all the basements that are being built would be habitable. If the commissioners would like, we could come back with a full a recommendation for the 1,000 square foot habitable basement as well.
I think it should be comprehensive.
Yes.
We shouldn't do this multiple times.
What?
Because then we tend to never finish anything,
I don't think.
as evidenced by previous discussion.
And I would look to Corey for direction on this, but I don't want to muddy the waters in regards to try to keep it as clear as possible. But, if we do this, to take this step, the next step, in effect, but dealing with one aspect at a time so that we know there are other, if you will, changes that should be addressed, or the other implications that would take place in making this first step.
The reason I sought to have these two separate was that from what I had gathered and heard in my time here, density is a fairly it's a dense topic, and it's it could muddy the waters and overshadow the life safety issues.
Yep.
And I didn't want that to happen. I wanted to completely remove any risk of unlawful conversions and of life safety issues for basements that are being built, that we have on a continual basis of new homes coming in. And once we got through that issue, you would know that we'd be right on the foothills of that with a density change. I just didn't want to have the discussion of density of residential rentals, of enforcement of existing, start to take away from or overshadow what I was hoping to get through with this discussion, which was to remove any risk of any life safety issues. But I absolutely want to bring those topics up as far as density goes and also enforcement.
So what would happen to existing basements?
Well, we would have to bring that up at another topic, at a different meeting, but what I see is if they hold rental licenses, we can have a discussion about city officials doing inspections. I don't know if that would be annual or biannual of these spaces. If they're already fully finished, it's a simple matter of removing the bed or the pull-out couch the day of the inspection. They pass and they go through. So it's difficult in that sense. If we were to catch someone, there are provisions in our code that we could go after a rental license and also request changes be done to bring the basement back to what was approved. And that would be a discussion that we would have. I think that we similarly in 1991, we had a garage apartment go out for registration. We could maybe consider doing something like that with residents that have 6'6" basements, so we at least have a registry of however many that have been built over the past 3 decades, and the city could have a record of those houses. But again, this is stuff that I'd prefer to bring up at another topic or another date. That way, I could come prepared. Building licensing could come prepared with a bit more of a comprehensive look at what we would do with current basements that exist already, and then enforcements of what would happen if we did find one that was in violation.
All righty, you got marching orders? Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Is that clear for you, Corey? I mean, if you understand where?
Correct. So I'm leaving with the orders to come up with language with council and with the department on removing the non-habitable basements while at the same time addressing concerns of storage space with the current 1,000 square foot credit that we have for habitable basements and some of the applicable definitions in line with that.
Righty. Thank you very much, Corey.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. With that, we're moving on to next business item, which is commissioner announcements and comments. Does anybody have anything up here? If not, we'll move on to review future meeting dates. A week from today, Monday, May 13th, we have a special meeting scheduled at 1 o'clock. Friday, May 17th, we have a special meeting scheduled at 11 a.m. And also that same Friday, May 17th, we have a regular Board of Commissioners meeting that is a voting meeting at 2 o'clock p.m. on that day. With that, we'll move up to citizen comment. This is for topics generally not on the agenda, and we invite you up with a 3-minute time limit to let us know what your thoughts are. Suzanne, good.
Suzanne Good, city resident. I want to go back to 2021. I'm aware that Commissioner Preston and neither Commissioner Preston nor Commissioner Market were on the board at the time. But we had our recently retired Director of Public Works at the time warning all of you, except those two, that stormwater costs, which are not they are not a discretionary project, they're essential. This is repairs, upgrades, were likely to cost between $1 and $1.5 million per year for either the next 10 years or longer. And actually the work hasn't yet even been undertaken, although consultants have been paid for a lot of the scoping out. But I feel as though at that point, it should have been some sort of wake-up call. Like, we're not the federal government. We can't just print money when, we have debt service and other things. And things were done to try to get things under control. I respect that our finance chief, when interest rates were considerably lower than they are now, he refinanced our over $60 million in debt at much more favorable, much lower rates than we would encounter now. But I'd like to make two suggestions to take for you to act on as soon as possible. And I will get to some of the background, hopefully within 3 minutes in a minute. I think the parking season, enforcement season, should be extended immediately for 2024 until October 31st inclusive. Minimal enforcement is actually needed, maybe personnel needs of 1 or 2 people, except for weekends, for instance, in September and October. There's very little traffic through here on weekdays. People aren't going to risk a ticket to save, and it's now $4 an hour. That's one thing to try to shore up our finances. The other thing is, I suggest, as I alluded to earlier, a hiring freeze, with the exception we need the additional police help. Sadly, crime rates are up all over the country. But we just, within the last 6 months, added this, our planner, to whom I spoke. I'm very impressed by her credentials and what she's tasked with. I hope that works out. But why would this be a time when we're adding a half-time communications assistant when we have a full-time communications director? I don't think the sky will fall if we're not notified that the drawbridge is going to, open at 10 a.m. Whatever. People will see, go State Road, deal with it. But those would be my two immediate suggestions. In the case of the hiring, I think the city arborist who resigned, I understand she's right now working in a consultant capacity. I would evaluate if that is less expensive than having a full-time arborist. That's the route I would go. I don't have the numbers for that. And my main issues, as you have heard from me before, we ran out of money in 2023 for the stormwater consultancy. So we had to table that or put it on hiatus. But then when there was an opportunity in 2024 to say, you know what, maybe we should listen to former Mayor Sam Cooper, who, like myself, when he sized up the administrative costs to run a new program, which will probably require a half-time, if not full-time employee to run, it's better to collect that revenue by some other means, rather than expand the government and have a whole stormwater department. But my main issue has been since 2019, and it's sort of in the November 2021 meeting, you remember we were still virtual at that time, I called in and implored you to get the parking situated ahead of the 2022 season. What happened in the spring of 2022, I was not present at the meeting, but I watched it that evening, I think. I almost wanted to cry. With all due respect, Commissioner Sharp, you and the mayor were the two who voted against, in the spring of 2022, extending the season from May 1st to September 30th. The town of Lewis, they don't have the ocean. They have an inferior body of water called a bay. Their season has gone for probably over a decade now, from May 1st to September 30th for in-town, and from May 1st to October, May 1st to October 15th in town, and from May 1st to September 30th on the Lewis beaches, like by the Roosevelt Inlet, that area. Like, how stupid are we that we have a shorter season? We're the ocean resort, we're not the bay. That to me is nonsensical. What happened after that, and I don't want to, I don't like to accuse people, but Commissioner Sharp, you cited as your reason for voting against the May 1st to September 30th, that some residents who live close to the ocean, they needed access to street parking where there are meters. They're inconvenienced because if the parking season goes well beyond Labor Day. Well, first of all, a lot of them have lots behind their properties. If you go up and down Delaware Avenue, they all have parking lots behind their properties for that reason. So I know you were elected on the basis of being for the residents, and I voted for you. But you've disappointed me, especially in that vote, because
Suzanne, you're way over time.
Okay.
This diatribe is not productive.
Okay, let's just say that vote was a very close one because Commissioner Gossett was absent. He had medical reasons for his husband. I respect that. But we had a critical vote taken on a day with 3 meetings. The only meeting of import was the parking decision. And I just worry that when you have a deficit as you have, you haven't ever taken control of the spending side or of the revenue side.
And respectfully, you're way beyond, so we appreciate it. Put anything else in writing if you have anything more to say.
Okay, well, I hope you'll take those suggestions about extending the 2024 season to October 31st, because we need the money. The city is broke.
We
Thank you.
heard you. Thank you. Anybody else like the citizen comment? Francis? Podium or overhead, you mean? Okay. We'll give you the same. We'll give you the same time allotment as Suzanne, but
I did practice this.
but we like frugality.
Let me set up before I hit the start button. Okay. Because I've only ever done this once before, and there it is, and I never.
Just put it down in front of you like you're reading it.
Just like me, for me to look at. Can I get this whole thing on at any way to get the whole thing on?
Probably not so we can see it.
Okay, don't be worried. This is going to take me a second of my time. I'll hit my timer. Start. Oops, sorry. Start. Okay. I want to show you some data today that I've pulled together. It's government data, it's from the Census Bureau, and it's from the cities in the state of Delaware's published budgets online. And really all I want to show you is one table, but before I do, I just have to orient you to what I'm going to really talk about. So these are the cities in Delaware. By the census code, there's like 79 of them. Here's Rehoboth, it's number 48. It's pretty much like, say, in the middle in size, So it's, city by the population. So there you see up there Wilmington, and then at the very bottom over here is Viola, and everybody in between. Please take a note right here before I put up my table. I'm going to show you data on Rehoboth Beach, Dagsboro, Lincoln, and the cities, if you will, or towns in Delaware that are closest in size to Rehoboth. And then I'm also I knew you'd be interested in Lewis, so bigger city, almost 3 times the population. And then I am going to actually show you something about Smyrna. It's the size of Boulder, Nevada. And then lastly, Middletown. So just kind of keep that thought in mind of the sizes. Okay, so here's the real meat. So the real meat is, I looked up the revenue from property taxes, and to put that in perspective, the population of the towns and the budgets of those towns. I had to use population because I can't find in the documents what the actual number of households are. So I'm kind of using population as it can give you like a feeling for the number of properties, if you will. So what you see right here is Rehoboth. We've got like about $2 million in property proposed, or we've paid $2 million in property taxes. Our proposed this year is going up to $2,600,000 with a budget of 38. The town of Dagsboro is the town that is closest in size to Rehoboth. It operates in a budget of $1 million, and it collects $340,000 taxes. I gotta talk faster now. Okay, so here's the next bigger towns, because I thought, well, one town, okay, is that an outlier? Here's the next 3 bigger towns in Rehoboth, and you can see the revenue from property taxes, again, is in the $100,000 arena, and their budgets are in the $1 million arena. If you go to Lewis, which has got 3 times the amount of people, it's got 1/3 of our budget, and the property taxes are similar to Rehoboth. I looked up Georgetown. I just want to mention Georgetown. You can look at their property taxes in a town of 7,000 people with a budget of $10,000 with 25 police officers. Okay, so they have 25 police officers with a budget of $9 million. Smyrna, the reason I bring up Smyrna is because it is and if you remember where Smyrna is the 5th largest city in Delaware. It's the first town that has a budget as big as Rehoboth, our little town of Rehoboth, way down there. Middletown, Delaware, I'm showing you that because it has property taxes of $2 million revenue collected, which is about ours. They have a population, they're the 4th largest city with a population of the 23 million and a budget of 60. And I'm sorry, I've lost what the factor of how much bigger they are than us.
So,
Francis, you're at 5 minutes.
okay, I got one more thing. What do these numbers show? Our local property taxes are too high for what they should be. A budget of 38 million, really 1 million of that is what cities comparable in size of us have as budgets. So $37 million of this city budget needs to be paid for by people other than the property owners. It should be paid for by business revenue and taxes or revenue from tourists. And we residents should not be subsidizing businesses and tourists. Who pays, this is important, let's be clear, everybody. Who pays property taxes in Delaware? Businesses don't. They don't. Not in the state of Delaware. Only, so, you know, I'm going to throw up this as a fun fact. In other states, like Nevada, businesses pay property taxes, but not in Delaware. So what taxes do businesses that operate in this city pay to the city? Are they paying gross receipts taxes? What percent of their budget is, what percent of the budget of our town budget, city budget, do the businesses actually cover? So I think you need to look at this information.
Time.
And determine, you know, that I think the taxes need to be raised for others and that no increases to property taxes should be permitted. And in fact, I'm urging you to go back to this current budget, this $38 million budget, and figure out what can be cut. You know,
Thank you.
Mr. Brittingham
Thank you.
long ago said to cut, tighten the belts. Suzanne Good has said the same thing. The town commissioners, there's no justification for a $38 million budget.
Thank you, Francis. Francis, would you Xerox all those pages and get them to Ann at some point? Because they'll be entered into our minutes books.
Is there a Xerox machine?
Maybe Mary Ellen can work with you. Any other members of the public like to say anything? If not, we're going to move along with the agenda, which is to adjourn. I will call this meeting adjourned at 12:25 p.m. And we are immediately going to open a special meeting. I'm starting over again. Ann, are you ready for the second one, or you need to wait a few minutes? Good afternoon. It's Monday, May 6, 2024. This is a special meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We're live at City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor at City Hall. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 12:27 p.m. The roll call, let the record reflect that all the commissioners and the mayor are present, in addition to City Secretary Ann Womack, Interim City Manager Evan Miller, City Solicitor Alex Burns. With that, the purpose of this special meeting is for the executive session for the purpose of conducting preliminary discussion on sales or leases of real property as permitted by 29 Del C, Section 10,004B2, and discussion of personnel matters in which the names, competency, and abilities of individual employees are discussed pursuant to 29 Del C, Section 10,004B9.
Mayor, I move we enter into executive session for the purpose of conducting preliminary discussion on sales or leases of real property as permitted by 29 Del C 10,004B2, and the discussion of personnel matters in which the names, competency, and abilities of individual employees are discussed pursuant to 29 Del C 10,004B9.
Is there any is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sernowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to enter into executive session for the purposes stated in the agenda and as just recited. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And the motion's unanimous to go into executive session. My typical template here is that, since we have a member of the public here, is that we will be going into the caucus room for executive session. The public is welcome to stay in the commissioner's room. The duration of the executive session is unknown. No actions will be taken in executive session. If any action were to be taken as allowed by the agenda, it would be when we are back in public session, and we will adjourn when we're back in public session. If anyone wants a phone call or a text on when we're coming back into public session, then let Ann know right away. No, you're good, because again, I don't know whether we'll have any actions to take or not, but they would be in executive. With that, we are recessed to caucus room. Thank you very much. It is 3:07 PM. I'd like to take a motion to come out of executive session back into public session.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to come out of executive session and back into public session. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. There being no further business, I adjourn this meeting at 3:07 PM. Thank you very much.